Hit go live.
It's live now.
It's showing live on my screen.
It is.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Scrollers Chat, Season 2, Episode 2. Tonight on the panel, we're going to have Steve Good, Wesley Balko, and Jamie Page. I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. There we go. All right. I will let them introduce themselves, starting with Steve. I will put it there.
Hey guys, Steve Good here with Scroll Saw Workshop. I publish a daily blog. Just do a Google search for Steve Good or Scroll Saw Workshop, and you'll find me there. Thanks, Lee.
Here. Okay. Now do that again, Steve, because I put you on. It took a second.
I'm going to have to charge you extra if I do it again.
Well, sorry about that, but it took a second.
Hey guys, this is Steve Good with the Scroll Saw Workshop. I write a daily blog about scroll sawing, and you can find me by doing a Google search for Steve Good or Scroll Saw Workshop. Should be one of the first links that come up. Thanks, Lee, for having me on.
Do you want to go next, Wes?
Okay. It froze up for a second. At least on my end. Okay. Next will be Jamie.
Me? Right. I've got a few links. So I'm Jamie. You can find my YouTube channel at JP Woodwork. Twitter and Instagram is JP_Woodwork. I'm 1/3 of the Makers International podcast. You can find all links to that at makersinternationalpodcast.com. And I've now got a Facebook page as well, which is JP Woodwork.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay. Last but definitely not least, Mr. West.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Coming to you from the great big tiny town of Alvin, Texas here, owner-operator of the Scroll Saw Cafe. You can find me on Facebook under the Scroll Saw Cafe. Also on Instagram under the Scroll Saw Cafe. I do have a YouTube channel, but I am horrible at keeping up with that. So most of what I do is either on Facebook or Instagram. I am doing a lot of custom patterns and cuts as well.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having me.
I see a couple people over there in the chat. Hello, Jim Bashirs. How are you tonight? And then JP's over there. Hi, Jerry Price. How are you tonight? Yes. That's funny. He says you scream like a girl, too. That's funny. Yes, we have an echo. I don't know who that is. Either me or somebody. I don't know. Try to get rid of it. It wouldn't go away.
Hey, Lee, I've got a question.
What?
Wes, are you doing custom portrait patterns for people? Or do you just do the...
Yes, custom portraits or basically anything custom.
Not the portraits, the pattern. Do you make patterns for people?
Yes.
Okay.
Patterns.
Can I send people your way? Is that okay?
Yes,
Cool.
most definitely. Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Maybe it doesn't have an icon. Hang on a second.
Do you have an order form, Wes, or do you just want people to contact you through Facebook or email?
I guess I could have mentioned my email there a minute ago too, but that's probably the best way to get a hold of me. I do respond to Facebook messages, but I
Okay.
do have my email set up where it sends me a notification on my phone also.
If we put an advertisement on my blog, how busy would you like to be?
I'll be as busy as you can keep me.
Okay. All right. I just don't want to overwhelm you. So,
Right. Email is thescrollsawcafe@gmail.com.
okay.
And I guess you can scratch the off of that. It's just Scroll Saw Cafe.
Yeah, I found you. I just looked it up.
Okay.
Sorry, Lee. I didn't mean to take over there.
No, it's fine. All right. Cup. Steve,
Yes.
do you want to tell everybody about the what show you're going to?
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that for a second. The Ohio Artistry and Wood Show is, I think it's the 11th and 12th. Let me look real quick. Before I tell somebody wrong, it is the in Wilmington, Ohio, and somebody help me with the dates.
12th and 13th.
Yeah, 12th and 13th at the Wilmington, Ohio Roberts Center. That's 123 Gano Road in Wilmington, Ohio, and it's Saturday and Sunday. I will be there both days. This is supposedly the last year of this show. I know that the guys up in can't remember another city are maybe considering taking it over, and I hope so because it's a great show. It's primarily dedicated to wood carvers, but over the last few years they brought in more scrolling content. And this year I will be there as a guest with Bear Woods and Grobet USA. I've been there before with Seiko, and it's an amazing show. The number of artists there is incredible. The event space is very large. It takes, a good half a day just to walk the show floor and see everything. But if you have a chance to travel to that part of the country in a couple of weeks, I think you'll have a good time. And if you do, stop by and give me a shout. And I think Lee's trying to drive down also.
Yeah, I might be there on Saturday.
But anyway, it should be a good time. It's come by and we'll sit and tell lies to each other for a couple hours and talk about scroll saws and all that good stuff. And it's always a good time.
Okay, thanks, Steve. There we go. Back to 4 people now.
No, you've gone back to Steve again, mate.
How did that happen?
You double clicked probably. It's all right. He's the Godfather, so.
There we go.
Come on, Lee. Get control, man. Get control.
Okay, that's fun. The fly flew in my water bottle. Oh no, he's outside. Nice. Okay. Who is Maple Tree Studios?
Who is Maple Tree Studios? That is Dale, who lives in the UK. A very, very intelligent man, but Scottish as well, so it kind of evens it out.
Okay. Hi, Dale.
So yeah, he does some very. He makes his own patterns as well. I've got a group on Facebook called Team Scroll Saw, and he posts his patterns over there. So he done one of Baby Group not so long ago, and that kind of a lot of people seemed very interested in that one.
Yeah, we know there's an echo. We're trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it is. We tried not to have one, but it hasn't gone away. All right. Well, Steve, with your advice, I fixed my website, so now it's gonna all be free.
Well, good luck with that. In a good 10 to 15 years, you ought to have it mastered. So
it's all going to be 3 patterns now.
just realize that when you're out there trying to sell patterns, it's a challenge because the internet changed everything. There was a day back, 25 years ago where we all went to the library and checked out books and did patterns, or maybe went to the bookstore and bought patterns. And if you were lucky enough to have a store in your area that carried scroll saw patterns, which was pretty rare, you might have a few. And then, a lot of us would subscribe to the magazines and we'd get a lot of our patterns out of there. Well, when the internet came along, every Joe Blow like me could start making patterns, and that changed everything, and selling patterns, unless you're really, really good, like Sheila or Sue or some of these people out there that are so talented, it's just really hard. I mean, just look at Charles. Charles puts out some of the most beautiful patterns ever created, and it's a struggle every day for him to sell a pattern. And if he can't sell them, that tells you something, because those patterns are outstanding. So it's just really hard to do. So the whole model of giving away patterns on the web with the intent of making money through background advertising or donations, or the way I do it, it will work. It just takes years. I mean, it was 4 or 5 years before I actually started making enough money to even cover expenses. It takes a while. So when you jump into it, you have to jump in with both feet and just know up front that you're doing it for the love of it for a while. Now, once you get there, once it starts escalating, it grows. It's not a slow rate like this. It goes like this, and then it goes, it's an exponential curve once it takes off, because the word of mouth on the internet can grow so rapidly. So it's, giving your patterns away, it hurts the first few times you do it, but it works on the internet if you can get enough eyeballs. But now the next goal is to get those eyeballs coming to your website. And that is a challenge because it takes time. Most of us, when we do something, we expect results next week or next month. We don't expect results 5 years from now. And that's kind of what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Is that what you see, Jamie? About the same thing?
Do any of you guys
I don't actually make patterns or anything like that, but I do. I'm a big advocate of using Charles Deering's patterns. And I mean, I was actually going to contact Wesley about starting to use some of his patterns, because I do see a lot of Wesley's patterns and Charles' patterns as very, very similar.
Yeah.
And I mean, I obviously do Wesley's patterns as well as Charles's, So, yeah.
In Charles's case and in Wesley's case, they almost can't give their patterns away because there's too much time invested in them. If you look at what I do, I can do a pattern in 2 hours, 3 hours. So I can post a new pattern every day, but they're all beginner level to at most intermediate level patterns. So it's a whole different world than when you spend 3 days, painstakingly drawing out, a portrait pattern. That's why you don't see a lot of portrait patterns on my blog or intarsia patterns, because I don't have time to do it. It's just no way. And I couldn't give them away because you put so much time into it, that wouldn't work. So they're in a little different niche that's a little harder to control. They can probably have some sample patterns they can give away, but to give away a pattern you just spent 8 hours on or 20 hours on is pretty tough.
So can I just ask, let's say for argument's sake, Wesley, how long would it take you to do a picture, a pattern of, let's say for argument's sake, a horse?
My first question to you would be, how detailed do you want it to be?
There you go.
Do you want a beginner pattern? You want an intermediate? You want like a Deering pattern?
let's say Charles Deering's pattern.
Okay, so just depending on the quality of the reference photo that you get me, I might be anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, and I might put 8 to 10 hours in it.
Hi, Aussie.
What about you, Steve, for one of your patterns?
Well,
Let's
now
say let's say a trophy.
I'm sorry.
Let's say for argument's sake a trophy.
Keep in mind that I do this every day, and I have for 13 years. So I'm not trying to brag, but I'm pretty skilled at it just because
of course.
I've done it so long. I've done it so much. So depending on the pattern, I'll spend anywhere from 15 minutes to 2 hours a night on a pattern. So it varies quite a bit. The most complex patterns I do, maybe I'll put 3 hours in, and then I'll do another 2 hours to cut it. But again, I can cut really fast too. I can cut my patterns in probably half the time of what most of my readers can cut them, just because I literally do this full time. I do it every day, all day. So anybody's going to get quicker at it if you do it as much as I do. So the speeds that I can do it in are probably about 50% of what I expect my readers to be able to do it. Although I do have readers that are way more skilled than me, but they're just not that common, because those guys are generally going to Wes or Charles to get more advanced patterns, or they're going out there and looking for harder things, fretwork clocks, which I don't do. So, but I make up for it in numbers because, I'm getting close to 50 million downloads. So what I don't do, in sales, as far as, making money, if I made a penny off every pattern I ever made, I'd be a wealthy man, but it don't work that way. When you give something away for free, the numbers go through the roof, and then you have to, of course, try to make that up in other ways. And I've been pretty lucky to be able to do that, but it took a long time.
Here's a question for you guys. Are any of you guys watching the YouTube without it muted?
No, I've got it muted.
No, I've got it muted.
Wes?
I am through my earphones, so my mic is kind of separate from my earphones. And
Okay.
I am just on the main screen.
We're good. I thought it was echoing because of that.
Which
good now.
when I first came in, the echo was already there. So
Yeah, it's. I think someone's got their speakers on. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
that right there was a lot better.
Yeah, now it sounds better. Aussie man, hello. How are you tonight? Moretta Morton, hello. Says I really appreciate Steve Good. There you go, Steve.
I'm just kind of curious now. Now I know for a fact, because that people steal Steve's patterns and resell them, because I've come across it and I've stopped someone personally from doing it.
I know a few people doing it.
I actually caught someone in the UK from doing it, because as you do, being a scroller, you go online, you type in free scroll saw patterns, Steve's name pops up, obviously. But then you see one of Steve's patterns, and all of a sudden you think, oh, hello, who's this person in the UK with a Steve Good pattern? Right? And with Steve's patterns are very distinctive. When you see a Steve Good pattern, that's a Steve Good pattern. But when Steve Good's logo has been taken out of it and somebody else's logo has been put in front of it, right, you go and seek that person out and you go and destroy that person.
Exactly.
He's
already giving it away for free. I don't understand the reason.
What the person was doing is the person had basically they took a bundle of, they actually took quite a few of Steve's patterns, and I can't remember what the website was called, but I think I actually messaged it to Charles Deering. And I said, have you seen this and all this sort of stuff? And it was actually from a guy in a place called Peterborough, which is where my girlfriend used to come from. And I'm not sure if she said that she knows the person, but I basically got in contact with him and said, look, you can take that stuff off now. And that was gone straight away. So, yeah, he kind of stopped selling them rather rapidly. So, but yeah, there was a lot of them. So it kind of makes you wonder how many people are actually doing that.
Hey, Jamie, listen to this story. I had a guy one time that was selling my patterns. One of my readers emailed me and told me about it. So, I just went over to the site and I politely emailed the guy and said, look, you may not know it, but these are my patterns. And, they are free patterns, but they're only available through my website. I appreciate you taking them down. So he left a pretty snark message back, kind of like, go jump in a lake. So I called the guy. And again, I was going to try to be polite, but I'm just in the mood to yank with him a little bit, right? So I call him and he hangs up on me. Okay, so now I'm starting to get a little testy. So I get on the blog the next day and I write write a post about this guy is, selling my patterns. And probably about 3 hours after the post went out, I get a call from this guy, and he says, "My website's down. I can't get it back up. Tell him to stop." So he had like 700 or 800 emails that morning. And so he finally agreed he would take them down. So we ran a little denial of service attack on him, and that shut him down.
Yeah,
But it happens
there
all
you
the
go.
time. It's common. I don't even mess
Yeah.
with him anymore. It's not worth the effort.
Maple Tree Studios says her first pattern was a Steve Good pattern. Major thanks to Steve.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. That's what I do this for. I mean, obviously I've turned it into a business, so it is what it is. But I started all this just because I love the hobby and I just wanted to help new people get started in the hobby. And even today, when I'm going through my email, obviously I can't answer all the email I get. It's impossible, but I do go through it and I look for the ones who I can tell they're new scrollers, and I triage the email based on that. So I answer those emails first because that's my passion. I want to get people started in the hobby and, and get off to a good start, because it's one of those hobbies that it's not hard, but if you get off to the wrong start, you can make it way harder than it really is. So it's YouTube, and the internet's great because there's so many of us out there that can talk to each other and, give tips and hints, and, like your all's different Facebook pages and stuff. There's a lot of good information can come on there that you couldn't get in the past. I mean, like I said, 25 years ago, you just kind of, you just went out and did the best you could. So it's a new world for sure. And that's what I like to do. I like teaching. That's the most fun part.
Beretta Morton says, I teach scroll saw. I use Steve's patterns every time.
Here, I'll tell you another story about teachers that I find kind of neat. I get a lot of requests. There's a lot of shop teachers around the country and around the world that use my patterns because, most of the time their budgets are pretty low and they're looking, for free patterns. And so anyway, I get this email from a shop teacher, and he wants to invite me to do a seminar for his class. And his class is aged all the way from elementary school through high school. It's a very small school. And so, I love to do those kind of things. So we were talking back and forth. He said, yeah, there's just one problem. He said, once you get to my country, it'll probably take you 8 or 12 hours to get from the airport to our school. He's in Upper Siberia. And part of the trip from the airport to this remote school could involve horseback. So those are the kind of things that when that kind of stuff happens, it blows your mind to think that us guys, sitting right here might be watched by somebody in Upper Siberia or, France or Germany or, wherever you want to go. And you get emails from these people. And with Google Translate, I can translate all the emails into, English. So I can kind of correspond back and forth. And that's a fun part. That's a really fun part. I enjoy that too.
I got one very similar to that just last week.
What was yours?
Well, the guy was actually asking me about dust collection. And he said, I only speak Spanish. Like, I'm in Spain, and I'm using Google to translate this to you. And I'm like, I'm going to answer you back in my language and let you translate it because I don't know where to go for this.
Yeah, the translations are getting better. The Google Translate, it used to be it would translate odd, but anymore it's very doable to have a full conversation. I've even done it live. I've been on, I like to play some of the online games and stuff, and I'll be online and chat, with the guys playing the game, and I'll have another computer over here on my right or on my left with Google Translate up, and they'll type in their language and I'll copy and paste it into Translate and then type back. So it's so fast you can even do it live, which is pretty cool.
Bob Lee is here. Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Good to talk to you.
I'm Bob Kephart. Hello, how are you? He says another source that hurts pattern sellers is Pinterest, as they print patterns all the time.
Say that again, Lee.
He said another source that hurts pattern sellers is Pinterest, because
Oh.
they print patterns all the time.
Yeah, but
And then-
you really can't, as a pattern designer, you really can't pay too much attention to the fact that, the internet did the same thing with music. I mean, it changed the whole industry. And even though we're a much smaller scale, the internet changes everything. And you have two choices. You can either sit around and gripe about that, until you turn blue in the face because it's not going to change, or you can take advantage of it. So what I do is when somebody steals my patterns, as long as they leave my name on there someplace, which a lot of them do, I just look at it as advertising. Now, the few that take my name and stuff off of it, that's a little disappointing, but eventually they get back to finding me anyway. So I don't pay much attention to it. And like in China, my whole catalog's available on CD in China, but my blog doesn't make it to China because it's blocked. So, I'm not losing anything.
That's kind of the way I've looked at it. Sometimes you got to take it with a grain of salt and say sometimes the little fish catch big fish. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
you
Jamie,
take the
I
bad,
think
and
we have
sometimes you get a little
Meyer
bit
out there.
And most of those people that are stealing and posting, they go away pretty quick anyway. They get bored and go away.
come and go.
You just have to outweigh them. And I see Dave Hart there in the chat asked me a question. Do I think the hobby is growing? Yeah, it's definitely growing. It's very slow, and it's growing because of the internet. More people are able to. In the past, people would buy scroll saws, and probably 7 out of every 10 of them were sitting over in a corner not being used because, there wasn't an available number of patterns, or there were a lot of people that would sit down as a scroll saw the first time and find it too challenging, so they would give up. Well, now they can go on the internet, on YouTube, or, they can watch Wes on Facebook or Jamie, and, they see that it's not, if we can do it, they can do it, once they see it done. And I think that not only is the hobby growing, but I think more people are using their scroll saw that used to just let them sit over in the corner. And it's a great tool for getting rid of all that scrap wood. If you're a furniture maker or you do any other type of woodworking, you're always going to have a box sitting over in a corner of a bunch of scraps. I mean, my scrap box is, 4 foot deep. It's just, there's always stuff in there. And I don't care how small that scrap of wood is you've got over in the corner. With the scroll saw, you can find something to do with it. If you try to make a piece of furniture out of a 4-inch board, it gets pretty challenging.
Jamie, is this Aaron? Person, a friend of yours?
I don't know who it is. They seem to be fans, though.
Yeah. I didn't know if I hit show, we'll put that text up there.
Yeah, you seem to be showing everybody.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Ooh, my bad. I was trying to hide it from the chat, and I thought that's what that was.
They seem to be enjoying themselves, though. I'm glad I'm getting you some views.
Nice. Aaron, yeah, I suggest you go to a private chat.
I was trying to keep
Yeah,
a
I mean,
straight
actual
face
chat.
while I read that.
Oh, well.
That's funny.
Oh, dear.
How do I make that one go away?
You're going to have to get a moderator.
Yeah, just tap it.
Yes. I got to hide it. There we go. Okay. All right. Make me a spanner?
A spanner is the UK term for a wrench.
A what?
A wrench.
A wrench.
Or a wrench? Okay.
Yeah, a spanner is what UK people call a wrench.
Gotcha. I'm going to glue up my scraps in the blocks for some compound cuts. Sounds like fun.
That's what I've got. I've actually got a scroll saw demo to do in about 5 days, and I'm going to be doing some bowls. Actually download some Steve Good patterns.
Yeah, I might do that when I go out the art show.
Yeah,
That might
some bowls and some compound cuts and a few other bits and bobs.
Where's your demonstration at?
It's
At a
at a
store?
place. It's at a place called Kempton Park Racecourse, just outside London, in the UK. So last time I was there, they wanted me to do intricate scroll sawing, and because it's a horse racing course, I did a scroll saw picture of a horse
Oh, cool.
and donated the piece to them. So now they've got a child steering horse that I scrolled at the horse race course.
That's cool.
So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Doing
Yeah.
demonstrations is a lot of fun too, because there's so many people that have never seen a scroll saw, and they'll come up and they'll look at what you're doing, and the first thing they'll do is they'll start looking at how tiny that blade is, and it's just they've never seen that before.
Yeah.
So it makes it a lot of fun.
One of the things I first do when I pass out or start the do is I pass out a scroll saw blade.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they do kind of like sit back and go, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Because if you're not familiar with scrolling and you watch somebody do it, it actually does look almost like magic, because you're taking, in some cases, a thick piece of wood and you're running this blade through this wood like it's butter. I mean, people look at that and they go, that doesn't even look possible. So it's fun. That's really fun to do, especially when the kids come up.
I mean, I've done demos at Maker Central. The thing is, I think I need to have a word with Record Power, and they just said, look, what you see me doing on screen now is going to be boring. I'm not going to deny it. You need to be looking right over me. Me being up on stage, you're not going to find interesting. Because you're not going to see nothing. So
yeah, you need a projector and an overhead camera to make it work right.
Yeah, well, they basically had one camera, and you just couldn't get the feel for it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if you've got a large audience, it's really hard.
Yeah, I mean, there was about 500 people there to start off with, and by the end of it, there was probably 4 or 5 people there, and that's not an exaggeration. I'm watching all of them people get up and leave one by one as you're trying to do a demo. It's a bit, it kicks you straight where it hurts.
Yeah, been there.
Bob said, Steve, I just finished cutting the whole alphabet of your initial frame.
Oh, cool. That's a lot of work. Because there's several inside cuts on all those. That probably took 10 or 15 minutes, didn't it?
Jeff said, I'll be doing the demo tomorrow at the DFW scroller. Oh, yeah, you are a part of that. I'm going to be doing a demo soon. November 22nd and 23rd.
Where's your demo at?
Hartfield Hardware.
Oh, that'll be fun.
It's going to be for the Scroll Saw Club. It's how we can get members.
There's a guy down in the Atlanta group, the Gwinnett Woodworkers Association. His name is Hans. You may have seen him on YouTube.
Yes,
he does a lot of stuff. He does the best demonstrations, and when he does his sales, he is almost like a carnival guy, where he can bring people in and he gets the kids in, and he's the kind of guy that if you go to, he'll keep you entertained even if you can't see what he's doing. And that's really hard to do. Somebody that's old and boring like me, I can't do that. But you take those guys that are really good at at talking, and I just sit back and watch Hans, and you just have to laugh because every kid is just mesmerized by him, and the adults will just stand there and laugh. And if you can do what he does, the demonstrations, you can kind of hold their attention, but it's not easy. He's just got a gift for it.
Yeah. I saw him when I was in Atlanta last.
Yeah, he's a good guy too. I really enjoy Hans.
Yeah, went to Rob Austin's workshop as well.
Yeah.
So I'm sure I had a picture of Hans. Oh, there he is. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's Hans. Yeah, that's him. And that piece of Intarsia in the background is another one was done by another one of their club members. That he's probably in his mid 80s, and he's one of the best intarsia artists I've ever come across. He's just unbelievably talented, and I can't believe his last name's North. I can't believe I can't remember his name now. Man, every year that goes by, my memory is going away rapidly. So
His last name's not South, is it?
no, his last name's North.
That was the author I've done on my last demo.
Oh, that's neat. That's one of Charles's, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, George North. Thanks, Path. That's who it is, George North. That's a super fun club down there. All those guys are so dedicated and they work so hard, and their meetings are great. If we had more clubs like that around the world and around the U.S., the hobby would really grow, because that club is spectacular. But they have 3 or 4 people who just work their rear end off to make it happen. And it's as Lee can tell you, if you can't get help doing something, it gets real challenging real quick. You've got to have 3 or 4 people to get all the work done.
Oh yeah. You're the only one running the club. That's very difficult.
Yep.
So,
And in Australia, I don't guess Aussie Man's out here anymore, but some of the clubs in Australia are pretty active too. They seem to have a little bit of government backing when it comes to woodworking and different types of crafts like that. A lot of their small towns will have government funded workshops that people can come in and utilize for free. And I wish we could see more of that kind of stuff, because there's a lot of trade trade work value, in learning to do any type of woodworking. And college is getting so expensive here in the United States now that more and more people are looking to go into the trades and the different vocations. And I wish we would fund that more, but it seems like they do that in some of the other countries a lot better than we do. There's Dave. Hey, Dave, I see your message up there. What club are you a member of?
he's one in DFW, and me.
Oh, DFW? Yeah.
Where's that Dave?
It's fun. I know it. Wes can tell you this too. When you start seeing people making your patterns, sometimes all over the world, it's a real ego trip. It's a lot of fun when somebody writes you an email and says, "Hey, I appreciate the pattern. I just entered this in the fair and won a blue ribbon or whatever." You get a lot out of it, other than just the business side of it. So, I think most of us would do it even if it wasn't a business, just because it's so much fun. Tri-County Scrollers in PA.
That's like when I made that fire truck, my Intarsia fire truck, and Don Lorenz entered it, Midwest Trade Show, and won.
Yeah, it's cool. It's always fun.
So I got a picture with him on the ribbon.
And
I was like,
it looks like Dave is actually from that Pennsylvania club, Tri-County Scrollers.
oh, Tri-County, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dave. Yep, Dave Hart, Tri-County. Got it. Not too far from me.
Hey, Jamie, they're asking if there's any clubs in the UK that you know of.
I've just asked, and as far as I know, there's none near me. Obviously, the UK is broken up into sections of, like, the US has got different states. The
Yeah.
UK is in different counties. Now, in the county of Kent, where I am, as far as I know, there isn't any. And Maple Tree Studios is also in Kent. So I'll just suggest to him maybe we should start one. So keep your ears peeled, I suppose, and eyes open.
That's another place where the internet has both helped and hurt. Back in the day when there was so little access to, learning the scroll saw and patterns and stuff, guys would get together around the country just because that was, a means of learning. And I think when the internet came out, a lot of the clubs started disappearing. But then on the other hand, the clubs can get their message out a little better too through the internet too. So the ones that are able to stick around, they're seeing some decent growth in some areas, but there's a lot of clubs that I talk to around the country where there's only 4 or 5 members, and they have just as good a time as the clubs that have 200 and 300 members. So that getting together at Frisch's or Shoney's or something for breakfast one day a month, man, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, like our club only has 5 or 6 members.
Yeah, and that's all it takes. You don't have to have a big membership and do large dues and have picnics and all that stuff. You can just get together, like I say, for a breakfast or a once a month dinner. Maybe meet up at one of the guys' shops and talk about the scroll saw. Any of that stuff is fun.
Well, that's it. Well, what I've actually gone and done is now I'll put this out to everyone here. Is on the podcast that I do, which is Makers International. Is I've actually set up on the website a place where people can message me, like a local regional Facebook group page. So if you've got a Facebook page which is regional to you or local to you, of a group where, say for example, I've got one called the Kent Makers, which is local, the district where I'm in. So more recently, what we've basically done was everyone in Kent, there was a wood turner that come down. I don't know if you've heard of him, the Chris Fisher, the blind wood turner. Well, he was doing a demo down at a wood turning or a store called Axminster. And we all met up at that store and then went out for dinner afterwards. So it was just like a day event, a day's meet up, and then we all went back home to our obviously separate houses. So it's just like small things like that. So if you want to do like a day make a meet up, then you can, So yeah, so if anyone's got any groups out there, just message me and I'll put it up on the website.
Yeah, that's cool.
So yeah.
Hartville, Ohio. Is that right, Lee? How far north is that? That's pretty far north, isn't it?
For you? Yes.
I'm only about 2 hours to Wilmington, so that's going to be a pretty easy trip up there for me. I did have to get a hotel room on the other side of Wilmington, so that adds a little bit to it.
Coming here would be about 4.
Yeah. Yeah, when I came up to your event a couple of years ago, it still wasn't that bad of a trip. I mean, it's straight up the interstate, basically. So it looks like the Dallas-Fort Worth Scrollers have about 50 members. That's a pretty good-sized group.
That's nice. That's a big club.
Yeah. There's one club in, I'm going to say either South Carolina or North Carolina that has 200 to 300 members. And I think that's probably the biggest club that I know of. The one in Atlanta, I thought was the largest one, but they actually spend some time with that group over in South Carolina, and it's a much bigger club. They actually own an old movie theater that the club owns, and they have, all their demonstrations and everything there. And they've turned it into a big workshop. It's one that I want to try to get a chance to go to one of their meetings one of these days. But that's pretty rare. But I know a lot of the woodcrafts around the country, they'll have weekend scroll saw classes and stuff. And they'll get some attendance. They'll usually get 5 to 10 people show up. And depending on the teacher, they'll generally start out, pretty basic. I did a class there. I did a couple of classes there. Was it this year? I think it was this year. And we taught classes to ladies that had multiple sclerosis. So they were in various stages of dexterity that they still had left. And that was a lot of fun because none of them had ever even seen a scroll saw before. And so getting them started and getting over that initial fear, that was a lot of fun. And a couple of them, kept on with it, and a couple of them were just there for the fun. But still, it was a good time.
Steve, were you thinking you were going to come down for the tool sale?
It depended on where it was. I'm always game for a trip.
Give me the address.
My wife is not, you can send it to me. My wife is not traveling too well still. She's still recovering from surgery. And So I've not been doing much traveling this year, but next
It's gonna
year
be
I'd like to
cool
do a
'cause
little more.
It's part of the annual tool sale,
Mm.
so all the reps will be in.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
The DWAL reps and the Hitachi, all the guys.
Yep. People you want to get in with.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get the website address here, and my computer's not cooperating. They have a drive-through lumber department.
A drive-through what?
Lumber department.
Oh, jeez. That's a little different.
Bring your truck in. And load it up.
Drive-through.
Drive-through lumber.
Like fast food.
Yeah, except it's wood.
There you go.
I'll have the number 7 combo.
Yeah, there you go.
Wes, are you in California? Am I remembering that right?
No, sir, I'm down in Texas.
Texas, that's right. Oh, yeah. How could I not know that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Houston. Or just below Houston.
I should actually be out in Texas on the 25th of next month.
Oh, yeah?
Is it next month? October? No, November.
You got a
Yeah,
show there?
No, just visiting friends.
Hmm.
So I'm going to flying into Dallas, staying in I forgot what the place is called now. It's not very good when I'm supposed to be staying there. Amarillo. Staying in Amarillo for about 3 or 4 days, and then driving cross country with Cole Jacobson to Oregon, then driving up to Seattle, then flying home from Seattle back to the UK.
That's a pretty good trip. That's a lot of
Yeah.
driving.
And
The
I'm
last
going to be on the wheel once.
The last time I was in Houston didn't end up too well. That's the show I went to where I burst my eardrum. I spent the next week crying in bed.
Painful.
Yeah, it hurt.
Yeah, that's not good. So the show where I'm going to be demoing at in the UK, if there's any UK people here at the moment, it's called the D&M Tool Show. It's going to be at Kempton Park Racecourse, and it's going to be on the 5th and 6th of October. So I'll be there. There'll be a few other YouTubers there, like MG Makes and John Clothier. Ben Crow from Crimson Guitars will be there. Nix and Matty will be there. So, yeah, they'll be there.
Good time.
That's the address for that website for the Hartfield Hardware.
Hartfield Hardware. Okay.
Bob Lee says it's 40 minutes from him. I forgot Bob's very close to me.
Yeah, I talked to Bob not too long ago to see if he was coming down to Wilmington, but he said he can't make it this year. So sorry, we'll miss you, Bob.
Yeah, and I missed you this May, Bob, when we had our expo. Where were you?
Bob's awesome. Bob was probably traveling now and then.
Yeah, probably. You know, it was weird. It was like this year was the year where nobody could come, and we couldn't cancel it because we'd already paid for it. So we only ended up having 4 people show up.
Yeah, but you can't
But I
look
didn't
at
get
you
to meet
can't look at that as a
Bruce
failure, Lee. You just have to know that, you know, if one person shows up and you sit around and have a good time, it's still a good time.
Oh,
You
no,
know,
it was
as
still
long
great.
as you don't lose a lot of money, you know.
We made $10.
Yeah, I mean,
We
You know,
made
that-
it back.
our niche in this hobby is pretty small. You know, none of us are ever going to get rich, or we're never going to have shows with 10,000 people showing up that, you know, that aren't woodworking shows too. You know, this is just not going to happen in the scroll saw niche. So you just have to do the best you can and go with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maple Tree Studios. Remember, kids, 100% of scrollers are makers, but not 100% of the makers are scrollers. Come on, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, that's one thing that's changing on my blog. The percentage of people that download my patterns that are using them on laser cutters or CNC machines is growing every year. That growth is going to continue to be there. And the scroll saw will be around for many more years, but you're going to see a lot of lasers because they're getting cheaper. and they're getting better. And these younger kids, they love that stuff. So I see that every day.
It's all electronic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get your address off you, Steve, because I've got to send you a Team Scroll Saw T-shirt.
Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you. Did you guys see the post on the gift I got yesterday on my blog? This is one of them. My wife was the other one, but this is just an absolutely awesome piece this guy sent me. I haven't found a belt to put it on yet, but he did a fantastic job scrolling out this silver dollar. And the Kennedy half that he made for my wife was beautiful too. So I love, I'm like a little kid. I get a gift. It's like I get all giddy. I've been sitting here looking at this thing all day long.
Lee,
Bob
you
said
got
life got in the way.
Lee, you got to click that comment again, mate. Otherwise, because you can't see Steve or Wesley.
Okay.
Here I am.
Apparently you got to let Charles Deering in.
Now he uncovered our faces and we lost 5 people.
Wait, what?
Apparently you got to let Charles
Who
Deering.
said we gotta let Charles? Oh, I guess Charles wanted to say, all right. What the heck? What is this? Hold on a sec, Charles. I'm trying to fix this. And I'll let you in.
How many people can you
Well,
do?
wait.
Lee? Is 5 or 6 your max?
6, I think.
6.
Go away. Did it go away, Jamie?
It's gone.
Yeah,
It's gone.
No, it is.
Yeah, it's gone away.
My computer just a little bit.
Yeah, your audio's lagging too.
Yeah, I think it's probably because it's a web-based browser. So, how you doing, sir?
Howdy.
There's the
Hello.
message. Hey, Charles.
How y'all doing? How you doing, Steve?
How y'all
Wes,
doing?
you're a little doing pretty good.
Good
Wes,
on
you're
this end.
you're completely sideways. Wes,
Hey, he's on his phone.
Say what?
yeah, but his picture is going sideways.
How's that?
I guess I don't know what I expected.
I don't know if I rotate my phone here on the tripod, if that'll help us.
It's not sideways on my end.
Oh, now you're upside down.
There it
Now
is.
you're upside
Now he's
down.
upside down.
I'm upside down. I tell you what, hang on. Let me try this. Let me rotate my phone and
Try again.
He's
Yeah,
up the
do it
right
the
way.
opposite of what you.
He's up the right
Now
way.
you're
for
right
me.
side up.
there we
So
go.
this show's already live.
There he is.
Yeah, it's already
How's that?
live.
I didn't know what time we were starting, so I alrighty then.
You missed out on all
Definitely have
the
an
fun.
echo somewhere.
You missed out on all the fun, Charles. I've had someone who fancies me in the chat.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I'm not on the YouTube page, so I don't see anything in the chat.
I'll have to send you
Hey,
a
who's got the
printout.
echo?
Pretty good.
It's you.
It's not me. I have headphones on.
We had it fixed till you came in.
Most things are my fault, but this one time it's not. A long time no see, Steve. Good.
It's been a while, Charles. It's good talking to you again, man.
Good
Not long
talking to you
enough,
again too,
Charles.
sir. Love you too. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
That's
Hello,
Wes
everybody.
Balko thing. I did free advertising.
Jeff said Charles's picture is blurred for his protection. Have you moved into the witness protection program, Charles?
Might as well. I'm married. That's probably my lovely internet connection.
Maybe.
Okay, what can somebody send me the YouTube watch page in the uh, messenger?
Yeah, I'll do it, mate.
How many people are watching it?
Looks like they got about 12 right now. It's been up to 15 or so.
So my picture clears up. No, because it's probably the best number.
Charles, move your hand. Let me see if your video's working.
Let me get to the
I don't think he is. He seems like he's frozen.
Yeah, I think you're froze, Charles.
I'm wondering how many videos, how many windows he's got open.
And Lee's experienced an earthquake on his end.
Oh no, there ain't. It's just a delay.
Are you okay, Lee? Did you fall out of your chair? Now you're kind of working, Charles.
I think he did because he broke his glasses.
yeah. I should have come in here like this too.
Hello,
Yeah,
Charles.
I'm trying to fix something.
Charles
I was going
is
to try to
still
plug
waving.
in my Firewire and see if it would make it better. But it won't work.
Okay, I have a. Do you have the YouTube audio playing right now? That could be why you have an echo.
No, I don't.
No, that's not it. We can't figure out what it is.
Anybody that's on Wi-Fi is Wi-Fi and streaming don't work very well together. It almost looks like Charles might be using Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Not intentionally. I'm actually hardwired.
Are you?
I'm
It's really lagging.
Yeah, well,
Have you got a lot of windows open, Charles?
I'm out of fix that.
Charles looks like this.
Yeah.
I'm a witness protection program.
Can you move your finger a little
finally-
bit, buddy? Like,
I've finally come out of hiding, and
I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah.
He's all garbled.
yeah, I'm seeing a little. Dang it! Let me try Google Chrome. Is that where y'all are coming in through?
Yeah,
Well, drop
try-
out and come back in.
Yeah, do it on Google Chrome.
Alright.
Just drop out and come
The
back
first
in.
time. That's the story of my life. Okay, right back.
All right. Okay. So I just looked up the Hartfield Hardware tool sale for anybody that's interested. It's on November 22nd, 23rd.
Is that a pretty big store?
Yeah, it's huge.
I was going to say to be able to get DeWalt and all those people in there must be a pretty good size.
It's one of the biggest tool sales in like the entire country. There's supposed to be 100 vendors, and that's
Gosh, that's big. That's bigger than most of the shows.
join us for special presentations featuring tips and tricks from top industry experts. Over 100 vendor representatives. Does it have anything else? I'm trying to see if it lists who's going to be there. Nope. But usually it's like D-Wall, Hitachi.
Lee, you've got to accept Charles.
I gotta let them back in again.
Yep.
Okay. If I must.
Yep, you must.
Now
There
he's
he
moving.
is.
Now he's
Now he's
moving.
moving.
hello.
I'm moving for now, buggo.
You're moving for now, by God.
You talk funny, mister.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like. Is there a good pop-up blocker or notification blocker for Chrome? I have AdBlock Plus, but it's not stopping a lot of them. Well, thank you for your. You have 5 seconds to comply. All right, Ted, what did I miss? Wait, did you say you had you had it? You said you had an admirer, Jamie?
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it a
Way
sticker?
understated.
That's the G-rated version of it.
Is that why you asked me in Messenger if I was Aaron?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I was napping. I didn't even know what time the show started. I figured it wouldn't start till 7, so I could probably sleep till 6:30. Was it something that should be repeated on YouTube?
Probably.
Nope.
Oh crap! So that Lee can't post his show.
Oh no, he can post. He can post it because it was in the chat. We never repeated it.
Oh,
It was-
hello,
it
Michael
was-
Crawhorn and Dave Hart. Sorry, go ahead.
It was very educational.
Yeah.
Lucky for me, I don't learn things very easy. By golly,
Yeah.
I wanted to be part of the train wreck.
Oh, don't worry. I've got screenshots if you want to replay them.
Charles Jeff says, "Hey Charles, Jeff says he still loves you even though you've been working on horns lately. Your horns are pretty cool though."
Thank you, sir. I don't have any to work on right now, but yeah.
I realize you're from Texas and that's pretty popular, but what got you started in that?
I've always been fascinated by skulls in a non-demonic way, just the way they look.
Yeah.
And I said, man, I'd love to have a longhorn skull, and I found one, and that person really cheaply got them to me. I cleaned them because it was cheaper to buy them, gory, still got skin and stuff. And then I got more and more and more and more. I suck at selling them, but I love doing it. So, but the funnest part for me is the horn.
Do you do any decoration on them ever? Have you ever done any scrimshaw or anything?
No, I have not yet. Because I don't get them often enough to experiment. I'm afraid to mess it up.
Yeah. Are
I'm
they
watching the
expensive?
guy. They can be. The ones I get aren't real expensive.
And he can't get a blade. He can't get a blade long enough.
Yeah, I don't have an income right now, so I have to usually do things in trade for.
Hmm.
But it's definitely funded. I mean, it's just like the closest woodworking thing I could think to relate it to, as far as the excitement of what it looks like is a lathe turning, because you don't know what the inside of the wood looks like.
Yeah.
So that's why I have fun with the horns. But the horns are not fun if they're curly cued, because you can't get a palm sander in there. Anywho,
How many of them do you have? Do you have a lot of them?
I had 20. Well, right now I have the only ones that are worth trying to get part with are maybe 4 or 5. I had 20-ish.
Does it take you a while to clean them?
Depends on how gory they are.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the most I can say without throwing some people out. But I mean, I almost never, maybe once or twice, I've gotten ones that were quote unquote fresh meat. Most of them are dried up, leathery, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But it can, depending on the heat and weather, and whether I'm sick enough to sit there with a scalpel and stuff too. The less meat that's on the bone, the quicker the process is.
Somebody just posted that Wes is a taxidermist. Is that right, Wes? I didn't know that.
That is correct.
I got one of his pieces in my living room right now.
Cool.
The woodworking taxidermist.
God, I'm a naked scroller. Whoops.
I don't need to know that.
Well, Bear's not here. I figured I'd take over.
My girlfriend's uncle's a taxidermist as well.
I'd love to be a taxidermist, but that's not a cheap hobby to have either.
Yeah.
Oh, you're about 10% there now.
Well, okay, I do dead stuff.
I think when I die, I want to be stuffed and all that. Like, just do like that, like a tie rack or something like that.
Yeah, because of the fact that I collect skulls, my brother's already threatened to tie wrap his eye socket to his collarbone, kind of thing.
Oh God.
I'm not that morbid. Well, I am that morbid.
I did have a
Lee,
request.
you look like that neighbor on that show with Tim the Tool Man.
Howdy, neighbor.
You need to back up.
God damn it, Bobby. If it wasn't my brother, I'd hug you.
Everybody dead.
Well, Tim,
I'll be the only one. Well, Tim. The problem is you, Tim.
yes, the problem is you, Tim.
So how long have you done
Respect.
taxidermy, Wes? Have you done that a lot of years?
I started that in about 2000.
You've been at it pretty while.
I did a few little tinkering jobs here and there. And in 2004, I actually went through the classes and got certified. So
Yeah, when it was here, we were talking about how expensive the classes are, so you can't just learn everything unless you're rich.
Right.
As far as classes go. Sorry.
Right. I majored in game head taxidermy, and then came back through on my own and picked up full body and life size.
That's what I was just getting ready to ask you if you ever did any full body. That's a lot of work, isn't it?
Well, let me. I don't know if I can rotate my camera in here. I can actually. See if it'll work here. I can push a button here. I don't know if it'll let me zoom in. There's my bobcat sitting over in the corner.
What bobcat? Where?
Oh yeah, it's upside down, but that's cool.
I don't see a bobcat. Oh, is it on the floor?
Yeah, and the floor is on the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what threw me off. I'm looking at a thumbnail.
I'm upside down. I tell you what.
Lee, is there a way to make Wes's picture all the full screen?
Here, hang on just a second.
Yeah.
So he is,
Yeah, you can spot.
Here,
you
let
can
me.
spotlight.
There.
Oh, dude.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll trade
You can spotlight it.
I'll trade you one of my sisters for that.
That's my favorite cat right there.
That's pretty.
That's sweet. I'm probably one of the few people on earth that has 6 coyote heads in a bathtub right now.
Is that a fox?
That is a little red fox.
That's nice.
I'm sorry, that's silver fox.
Show your gun case. Show your gun case real quick.
Welcome to Texas, by golly. That's pretty.
That's
never
one of my
You got a
favorites.
blowgun.
Yeah.
Got a blowgun.
That's 10 minutes.
And down in that bag right there, that is my wrist bow.
Nice.
Remind me never to make Wes mad.
If anybody heard me saying I have 6 coyote heads in a bathtub right now, it's not the bathtub in the house. And I have an old cast iron bathtub outside, out back. We're soaking dead stuff. Anyway,
I gotta go back this way.
I've got a pretty impressive stick case in the UK.
okay, if you're showing anything, we can't see it because Wes is still full screen.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well,
It's because we're not allowed guns, so we have sticks.
Jamie, if you see on the news that Americans have a lot of guns, it's because we have Texas.
Yeah, I know.
Texas,
that's
a
where
whole
the
nother-
majority.
Everybody in Texas, including the grandmas, carry.
Why do you have guns? Why do you have guns? Because America.
well, they say Texas is a whole other country. But Jeff Robinson is talking about wanting to be in the A&M Bow and Bone Ranch. Those are real things. You know, it's where people can learn the different stages of decay and things that can be found on a body that helps people determine death, length of death, blah, 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 blah.
It's got me full screen again.
Yeah, you get your mouth because you can party by yourself.
Hello, everybody.
And the reason why I have the horns, Steve, and the most I'll say is they say in Texas, oh, there is a steers and, well, I got it. In Kentucky, they have ideals.
Yeah. Thanks, Charles. I appreciate that. All that.
Love you.
Ideals and ideas.
Charles, you have single-handedly broken me of that habit. I haven't done that.
I did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what habit you're trying to break me of, but you haven't done it yet.
This is not working.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
And he's back again.
It's the Wes Balko show.
No, it's back now.
Very, very clear picture on your phone, by the way. I'm used to seeing you pretty blurry.
I know it. Usually it fuzzes out, and I was worried it was going to do that tonight because it is a little rainy today. But I can't move real fast, or it's kind of glitchy on my end. But
I can't move real fast, or I'll pull something. I'm just full of it
Lee,
tonight.
you're freaking me out. Back up.
I was kind of worried though. After last
Hang on.
night's show, I thought they may not want to see me on camera for a while.
Hey,
There you go.
Steve, did you see the one project I didn't have to sign?
Say, did I see? Oh, that's pretty cool.
Thank you.
How big is it? That looks like that's probably what, 48 inches or so?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it that big?
4 feet wide. I don't know how
God,
tall
that's
it is.
big.
Bye, Jim.
It
Have a
was
good
fun.
night.
That was my last project video. Besides,
Jim.
besides the cow skull stuff. Or
You don't
horn.
do anything small, do you? You must live in Texas.
Well, no, I don't. So I only use number 3s and number 5s. When I try to go smaller than that, I keep breaking blades. So
Yeah.
All right, guys, at the bottom of this, that little thing that says Scrollers Chat, that's my website. Go over there, and you see we're at the end, where it has the backwards thing after home. Don't include that. Because my fat fingers typed it.
Oh, that's neat. That's a good looking portrait.
what am I looking at? Let me get back.
The kitty.
Oh, I've seen that. I have.
Yeah, it's good looking for sure.
That's one of the Mr. Deering's. That's my first ever try with spiral blades.
How
Hold
many
on, Jamie,
interior?
hold it up for a second.
I forced myself to like them.
He wanted to know how many
Why is
interior
this
kits
thing-
I did.
Beats me.
I think that was about 600 or 700 maybe.
That's nice. Good job, Charles.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wes actually liked to count how many openings there are. Me and Steve, when we were in Houston, I don't know how much I'm allowed to reveal. We talked about something that counts how many interior cuts. You know, you sit there. I think we were going to call it airing dots or something like that, but it didn't have the same ring.
The most interior cut I've ever done was on this one, which is another Mr. Deering pattern.
Hold it up now.
Oh yeah, the Queen. I've seen that one. That's nice.
I put you on the screen now.
You bet he's been on the screen for a while, but I've seen.
Yeah.
Very nice, Mr. Jamie.
Yeah,
And there was
my
no way
computer
to
is like
do that
5 seconds lit.
with all the shadows on that photo that I used. That's YouTube.
Recognize him,
Bobby
Who's that
Balko.
guy?
Bobby Duke.
Not Bobby Balko, Bobby Duke.
Yeah.
He's a YouTuber as well.
Yeah. Do you guys follow Bobby? He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I flew to Atlanta and gave that picture to him himself.
I follow Steve
Oh,
Good.
He's a unique talent, you know. Just
Yeah.
does so many different things.
Yeah, so I actually got his wife to appear in the video that I've done
cool.
for that.
See, he's one of those guys that has the personality that can get on YouTube and he draws you in because his personality's so
Yeah,
good.
people don't realize how much YouTube personality actually helps your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Because I've
Yeah.
seen people with excellent work, but my name is Billy Bob.
Yeah.
I am a woodworker.
Yeah.
I got the Billy Bob look going down.
Bye, Bob Lee. Thanks for coming in.
See you, Bob.
Did I run everybody off? Bob Lee has
Yeah,
an old truck.
yeah,
That's it. And there's a picture.
yeah. Yeah, probably a couple of years ago, he looked round where I live, near Dover, the White Cliffs of Dover, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's good fun hanging around with Bobby. You've seen that with him a couple of times.
Jamie, do you not know how to fix the echo?
Yeah, you don't stream.
Does that do it on every live show?
It's a lot. It's obviously someone's got their speakers on, or someone's playing YouTube in the background.
That's
It's,
probably,
it's feedback between the headphones and the microphone.
yeah. So does anybody have YouTube playing in the background?
So basically what it is someone's got their computer speakers too loud,
And the microphone picking it up, and
and the microphone's picking it up and playing it back to it.
and there's a slight lag between the live stream to YouTube, and that's normal because of.
Yeah.
But
So-
we know me and Jamie are innocent.
Yeah, and I don't think it's Steve. And it's definitely not YouTube playing it back, because this program that we're using, there's a delay between this and YouTube.
Yeah.
It's click, click, click.
The microphone I'm using is very directional, and it's almost never going to pick up the sound from the speakers and where they are. So
Same here.
We won't blame you anyway, Steve. You're a godfather.
Yeah. I do Scroll Saw Radio. Welcome to KSAW.
Charles, you remember that first live video we did back? God, it's been, what, 10, 12 years ago?
I got in trouble for
Yeah. We had a good time that night, though, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
I think we may have been one of the first scrollers to do that out there. I don't think anybody else was doing it at that time.
Yeah, I believe it was on Ustream or something like that.
Yeah, it was on Ustream. Yeah.
That's nice, Wes.
Wes is showing a cutting that looks like a couple with mountains in the background.
Mountains.
Very
I want to say, I can't remember. I had to scroll through a bit to find that, but I believe there was almost 600 in that one.
Good
Wow.
lordy.
It's nice.
Nice. So how long did that take you?
Oh, about an hour and a half.
See, I don't know what this about Wes, but
Okay,
he can
so-
the detailed ones quick.
So that queen, for example. So I'm not gonna say the tiger, because the tiger was the first time using spiral blades, which took me 30 hours. Now the queen took me 30 hours as well, and that had a little bit more than that. I think that's about 900. Now I'd done mine on basically a cheap 16-inch scroll saw, basically the equivalent of a Harbor Freight.
Are you a
Late-
top feeder or a bottom feeder, Jamie?
Do you know what? I take the whole blade off, because with the scroll saw that I've got, if I was to try, because the bit of wood's so big, if I was to do it like that, I couldn't get my hand in and see where I was. See, normally it'd be a bottom feeder, but I wouldn't be able to lift up the wood high enough.
Yeah. You would speed up probably 50% if you could top feed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But one of the things is one day I got called a no excuses guy, that if I can do it on a saw that costs you $100,
Yep.
then anyone can do it.
Yep.
Right.
And
Back in
and now
when I first
Yeah.
got started, my first saw was a pin only blade saw.
yeah,
And to do small cuts, I would actually take a pair of pliers and pull the pin out, feed the blade through the wood, and then put the pin back in. So
That's
you
it.
do what you got to do.
Absolutely.
yeah, that's it. And
My first-
a few people have called me out and said, "Why don't you upgrade to a much better saw?" And I keep going back to, well, because of that exact reason. I want to show you that you don't need to you don't need a Hegner, you don't need a DeWalt 788. Yes,
Yep.
they're nice saws to have, but you
But
don't
you
need
do
them.
need a Seiko.
You do need a Seiko. You do need a Seiko.
You were asking about bottom fitting and top fitting. I don't know if you were asking me or everybody or just Jamie, but I never top fit until I got a Seiko.
Oh, really?
I
You
love
were
it.
you were on a Hegner, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I also have a 30-inch Excalibur I've never touched, and a Pegasus just gave to a guy in Houston that Wes came and got it. We did a little video on it. He needed one. I had 4 saws, hadn't used it. Somebody else can use it. By golly,
Yeah, that's cool.
it's a pretty saw though.
And I'll go back to Jamie, and I'll honestly answer your question, how long that took me. It was not an hour and a half.
oh, right. Okay, fair enough.
I think I worked on the pattern for that like 3 or 4 hours one night, and another probably 2.5 to 3 hours a second night, and that was just drawing the pattern. And I want to say I had somewhere close to 12 hours cut time in that.
So
But,
yeah, there you go. Like Steve said, you're breaking it down 50% if
Yeah.
you're on a better saw.
Yeah.
Right.
I tend to cut slower because I'm usually stack cutting. If I ever get good at selling, I want to have at least 2.
Yeah.
So that's why I cut slower. That's
I
very cool.
always stack cut them now at 1/4 inch pieces, so I'm cutting 1/2 inch at a time.
That's very nice, Wes.
Yeah. That's good.
From back here,
I
it
would
looks like a
I would be lying to you if I told you a pilot count on that, because I don't remember.
I'm so ashamed.
That took me several nights cutting.
That is pretty
That's
cool.
nice.
I'm set cutting 3 right now, and it's going real slow.
That is
That's nice.
the Grand Canyon in the background, and that was cut with a 000.
That looks like that really does, and I sound like I'm buttering up or sounding like a scroll saw salesman, but it looks like a photograph.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I was very happy with getting there a little closer there.
Look at that. It looks like a photograph.
Yeah, it really does. It looks like a black and white photo.
That is amazing.
I'm kind of shaky here, but I do have that one posted on the Instagram page.
That might be the best one I've seen from you.
A better. Well, I tell you what, the one I just did for Isaac Denison there of I got to think of his name, that power lifter. That one turned out very well. Lyses, or I can't remember now.
I haven't seen it.
He's a fairly new cutter, so he's taking his time on that, which is good.
He's Steve Denison's son.
Stephen Denison's son. But that was one of those, going back to a conversation earlier there with Steve here about kind of giving back patterns. I pretty much donated that pattern to Isaac there.
I donated
after getting with him and visiting and hearing his story, what he's wanting to do with this. And he's going to cut a piece for himself and then send one to this guy.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
And I said, you're young enough. You're wanting to do something big. I understand that, because that's kind of how I got started. Here I am, this little nobody, wanting to do something big, but I didn't really have anybody to guide me and get me where I thought I wanted to be.
Yeah.
So here I am, 15, 16 years into this. Early on, I did a few little simple patterns here and there, got discouraged with it, and I pretty much quit doing my patterns and went to Steve Good and done a few of Sue May's patterns and various here and there, and a couple of Charles Deering, if anybody knows that guy.
Never heard of him. Who's that?
Within the last couple of years, have kind of ventured back into the pattern making myself.
I was glad to see that when you started posting patterns.
But it was, the big one for me was Dance with Wolves. I'd been doing some of your patterns, and then here I was like, "Hey Charles, you got one of this?" And no, I said, "Well, one of us has got to make it."
I think we both ended up making it.
And then we both actually ended up, and I said, "Hey, let's have a little pattern scroll off here. You design it, I designed my version, and let's put them together and compare."
They were dang near identical.
And they were.
That's cool.
We superimposed them over each other with different colors, and it was amazing. Well, of course, we were using the same source photo too, but
let me unplug here, and
in the YouTube chat, Greg Hoffman's asking, "Are any of you aware of a podcast dedicated to the scroll saw?"
No, I was actually just going to come to that, and actually, that's actually what I was going to talk to you later about, Charles.
Yes, I'll do it.
So, myself, Julian Martinez, and hopefully Charles Deering was going to try and arrange something.
Yes, I need to be relevant again.
I used to have one.
It's not about me. It's about the community. But go ahead.
So
I
yeah,
had one called Scroll Saw Radio.
So yeah, we was going to try and arrange something.
Nice. I'm definitely in.
I could never get the listeners.
I
So
I backed off of YouTube for too long. That's it sounds funny. I was trying to be funny when I said I want to be relevant again, but I haven't been doing much in the community except for patterns. I want to get back into doing something like that. I love that.
Stand by my side, Charles. You'll be relevant again.
That is
There you
a
are,
cool
Charles.
pattern.
dance with wolves.
See, it's at times like this where I can't turn around and say I can do that on a scroll saw because it's been done on a scroll saw.
Yep.
Yeah, that one's really good. I like that a
That's
lot.
nice.
That's beautiful. That
So that was 24 by 36.
nice.
Nice, very nice.
And until are we upside down or am I right side up?
No, you're right.
you're right side up now.
We're all upside down.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're in Australia.
Australia.
I took that up to Iowa last year with me, and it's been sitting in the floor of my second living room ever since. I've never hung it back up.
That's why I lost so many pieces in the fire, is because I had figured out which ones I had to ship and which ones I didn't need to, and there they were.
Charles, are you all moved back in and everything? Is everything good now?
Yes, finally we moved back in.
Good.
Thank you for asking. I didn't realize it's been that long since we talked.
Well, I was following your YouTube videos on, when they were not YouTube or Facebook, whatever your videos were.
Oh
You
yeah,
were showing
Facebook Live.
all the stuff, and it looked like that was a challenge. I felt so bad for you.
Well, I appreciate it. 9/10. Most of the damage was soot. The only heat damage was in the living room.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The soot ruined dang near everything. But worst problems to have. We lived through it. Our cats made it. To me personally, the woodwork was a lot of loss.
Yeah.
Sentimental, whatever. But
A lot of hours.
and luckily, my shop is a whole other building. Thank you, Jesus, or whoever's in charge of woodworking. But I had all my finished pieces sitting on the dining room table. I think that was in one of the videos, and they're all coated black. Some of the stuff, the bottom ones, I might be able to salvage with a little sanding, but the top one's pretty much toast.
Yeah.
But nothing that I can think of as sentimental value was actually lost. My dad's Vietnam helmet, one side's brown, but it's it's still what it is. So that has
Yeah.
sentimental value. Anywho,
Well, I'm glad you got through that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it actually made me stronger. You've known my mentality for a while, where I get defeated real easy. That actually made me prioritize what matters and what doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm still slipping in and out of depression because I'm an individual. But when you think you're going to freak out, you don't. You just pick your battles, kind of thing.
Well, that's like you said, all the important stuff. You got your, your family out and your pets, and that's everything else you can figure out. But
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, really, because he's coming to me for a Charles Deering pattern now.
If you don't mind me plugging myself, Lee, since I missed all the intro crap, and I'm not really fully plugging because I have a website guy, but he does a lot of websites, so I am the one responsible for uploading all my patterns onto my website. There's over 1,000 on there right now, but I still have a little neighborhood of 100 put up there, maybe a little less. And that's woodenvisions.com. And you go to the shop tab and go down to something I don't remember, but you start there. But I am the reason that my newest ones aren't on the site yet, because I have to be retrained to do it because it's been so long. I'm like a blonde joke. Oh my gosh. Anyway. If there's anybody watching that's a blonde, forgive me. I love you.
He's also got an Instagram.
Oh, yeah, an Instagram. Well, I meant as far as patterns, woodenvisions.com. There are a lot on there, and even a few free ones. but eventually I will have them all up there. But and yes, I'm on Instagram if you're into. Well, that's where I tend to post the thumbnails or a wood grain imitation wood grain like Steve does of my latest designs. But I'll eventually get them all up there.
I'm
And
on.
and I'm also on Facebook under the Charles Daring, Instagram under the Charles. Thank you, Lee. Back to you, sir. Hello. Am I alone?
No.
I hear move. Is anybody else there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
You had that
I'm
awkward
here.
silence after I got done. I was like, what happened?
Well, I muted
Let's
it because I was trying to control the echo, so you were all muted.
Oh, I thought everybody be. Oh, okay. Wes is holding, or is that Jamie? Jamie is holding
This
up
is
my
me.
Instagram. Yeah, that's one of those. Only one of those is actual picture of me scrolling. The rest of them are designs. Well, okay, there's more wooden cuttings there. Anyway, I don't know, Steve. Good. Do you have an Instagram?
I'm looking at your wooden vision patterns right now. I'm trying to figure out what kind of format you're using to. I was thinking if I could help you figure out how to upload your patterns easier. So I was looking to see what you're using. I was looking at the page source.
I want to say it's WordPress.
Yeah, it looks like a WordPress.
Oh, and I'm not. I don't know. I'm not being secretive about it. The guy who does my website and content is Steve Neal and hardneilmedia.com.
Let's see.
But I'm the wrong one to tell how to do it, Steve, because my technical knowledge. I'm looking at how to turn on a computer.
Yeah, I understand, but there's always ways to make things easier.
Yeah. Well, that's what's funny. No matter how down my life got, I never stopped making patterns, even when I stopped selling.
Yeah.
And okay, long story short, for anybody wanted to know why I stopped selling, it was because I was leaning more towards finished pieces sales, and that did not come to fruition or did not stick around. So that's why I came back. I wanted the exclusivity of all my designs, and that hadn't sold anyway. Anyway.
Jeez.
Yep.
You
Wooden
guys gotta
vision.
unmute yourselves before you talk, because I'm trying to control the echo.
No offense, Lee, but I think you're the echo. I want that. I want that, Wes.
No, it's not me. It's somebody else.
Test. Oh, Wes might have been the echo. Because I don't hear the echo right now.
I'm not muted. So hello. See, I'm not echoing.
Okay, I think Wes might be the echo. Test.
Steve or Jamie.
Okay, let's undo Steve. Hello, Steve.
Hello, guys.
Steve, you're the echo.
Yep, echo from Steve.
Well, I can't fix it right now. I'd be happy to drop off because I don't have any headphones in this room with me.
Don't drop off. We love
Don't
you.
drop off. We love you. Don't drop off. We'll deal with the echo.
We know the source. We know the blame. The Kentuckian,
Steve's
but
fault.
he's a sweet guy. What gives you twice the show, like right after another? I got.
Yes. We
Okay,
love
we
Steve.
found the source. Thank you, Steve. Kidding. You know I'm kidding. Love you.
Well, since it's Steve's fault, I love the echo.
Oh, that was the best.
There you go.
That's just sad.
I love the echo. I'm in love with you and your echo. Oh my God.
We love you so much, Steve, that we love your echo.
Hang on, I'm going to turn my volume all the way down on my speakers. Let's let it go for a little bit.
Then you won't
It's
be able to
weird,
hear
though,
us. That's
because
his ID.
Steve is the clearest one coming through my earphones.
Okay, I've got my volume on my speakers totally off, so we'll
Test,
see what
test.
happens.
Barely. Test.
Do sign language so I can hear what you're saying.
I can hear you.
Well, okay. We may have to tolerate the echo for now because Steve should be able to hear the show.
All right, I just turned my volume back up, so we should
Okay,
be able
Thank
to
you,
start.
came back.
If we're going to ask Steve questions and he can't answer us because he's got speakers down.
Yep.
That's why you got to do sign language.
Yeah.
And not the sign you usually give me, Charles, either.
Yeah,
Hey.
you don't mean this one? Oh, you don't mean this one? Nantucket River Woodworking.
Niantic River, Chris Nealon, and Jim Bashir's is back.
Hi, Chris.
No,
Speaking of CNC, Mike's in the chat.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Miter Mike.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Jim's back. Dodge the wet basement. Woohoo! It's never fun.
Jimmy's back again.
Speaking of wet basements, how did you guys fare down there with all the weather in Texas? Did you both do
it was
okay?
mainly down Wes's way. I didn't have any water.
Did you do okay, Wes?
I did actually. My place has been so dry that
It soaked it
most
all
of the
up.
rain. Yeah, we got 40 inches in 3.5 days, which back in Harvey we got 49 inches in 2 days, which that was catastrophic, and a lot of people did worse with this one than they did in Harvey.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. A lot of people say this one did worse.
Yeah, where I sit, I've been so dry that the rain that reached it in my area came at a good steady pace, so it actually did my place good. I didn't have any, except for the little bit of damage I had during Harvey that I've never fixed out in my shop. A little roof leak, and I lost a ceiling tile. I've got the drop tile ceiling in my workshop.
Drop tile ceiling. Okay, yeah, and that's like styrofoam basically.
Cardboard almost.
Yeah, and
I lost one 2x2 square out of it, and I caught 2.5 gallons of water during Harvey, and that was the only damage I got.
It's kind of funny if you think about it. Between me and Wes, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Sorry.
You're aging yourself, Charles.
Yes, I do. James Taylor.
I'll be hanging with Mr. Good in a few weeks.
Ohio.
Miter Mike, you coming to Ohio?
I think he's supposed to come.
He is, yes.
He is.
Yes, I can meet Mike.
Mike.
I'll be there. Well, Saturday.
He might bring
Unless my
Kayla and
boss
show all of y'all
doesn't
up.
give me the day off. I requested 14 days in advance, so you can't tell me no.
My boss gives me all the days off I want, but he doesn't pay me.
That's different. Not crazy. That's funny.
Miter Mike is another great guy.
It wasn't the time off that I had a problem.
Let's see.
Plenty
I've met
of time, I
Wesley.
just don't have
I've met
enough money.
Steve. I haven't met Jamie yet. One of these days.
I got to meet Jamie.
I haven't met Charles.
Yeah, I've gotten to meet everybody here except for Lee.
Well, let's just all go to Jamie's house next
met,
weekend.
I've met Charles and I've met Steve.
Sure. Let's just hop on a plane. Go right to the UK.
Yeah,
I'm going to sound like what they call a fanboy, but it was...
Makers Centrals should be on next year.
I'm going to sound like a fanboy, but it was... I don't want to call it a dream come true because that's a little too fruity, but I had known and corresponded with Steve for so long that when we finally met, it's like you're kind of numb in a way.
Yeah,
like,
we had a good time, didn't we, Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
somebody got a picture of us hugging.
It's funny how you get to know people so well and you've never met them.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, it's just cool.
Yeah.
I've got way more friends on the internet than I ever had in real life. So.
Me too.
Me too.
I almost never leave the house. So
And when I meet them in person, they run away.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd get to meet Jamie. I mean, that's a special treat. If anybody knows, he lives in the UK, and I met him in Georgia the one time I left the state on my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good time to get
Chris.
that time in Georgia. There were like 100 YouTubers there. That was crazy.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, that was in the time I met Charles was in 2017, and that was when I basically broke Atlanta.
Yeah, that's when
that was when the bridge burnt down.
Then the bridge burnt. I met Steve that year too. That's when I pretty much met most of the YouTubers, or not most of the YouTubers, the woodworking ones. I I met Wes in Houston, or just before Houston. I don't remember.
At Houston.
At Houston. I have not met Lee. He's been in the community for quite a while. And now,
We almost met, and then you
If you
didn't
had
come to
gone,
Iowa.
yeah, if you had
Yeah.
gone to Iowa last year.
yeah, I agree.
I know you were having a bad weekend, but
Yeah,
okay.
it's like a broken record with me talking about anxiety, but it really does. It can wreck your plans, so to speak. I could be a lot worse off, but I mean, I went to Houston and it was worth the trip, but it ended with the anxiety. But I'm going to stop talking about the anxiety. But I forgot my point because of anxiety. I'm so scared.
We still
No.
love you.
If anybody's watching that's never been to one of these things where you get to meet people on YouTube, it's not always about y'all meeting us. It's obviously us meeting y'all, because without people that follow, subscribe, or support, then you're not doing it for the right reasons. We're getting to meet people too, and so if you ever get a chance to go, whether you do YouTube content or not, or just want to learn, or just like people, go. It's worth it.
Yeah, that first show down in Atlanta where we all together, it was 3 days before I could talk again after that show.
Yeah.
I mean, I had so much fun talking, I just couldn't shut up. So it's a good time.
I'm kind of known for not shutting up, so a lot of people wish I could lose. All my friends are on this little box.
I guess Charles and I met, it's been over 10 years ago, hadn't it?
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Blooming out.
So you've seen me in my darkest dark, or experienced it. Jamie actually got to.
I did.
Get
And I
Jamie.
didn't laugh.
Jamie and Mark Christopher are the only two people that have ever seen me cry, because that was coming off of a panic attack. Here I go talking about panic attack.
I've seen
Yeah.
you cry, buddy.
Oh, you saw me cry.
And I didn't laugh.
That had to have been my meds, Wes.
We cried together.
Yeah, we were. For some reason, when we were leaving the Houston show, in my mind, I was saying, "Man, I'm never going to see these people again." So I started crying like a little baby. with Jamie, I was crying because of the anxiety. I was embarrassed by it, blah, blah, blah. But with Wes, man, I was crying and cracking up at the same time, because I was cracking up because I was crying. It's like, really? Dude, why am I crying so hard?
I can't figure out what's wrong with this guy.
Are you as old as me, Charles? How old are you, Charles?
I'm 49. I look 80.
See, you guys are so young. You don't know what crying is. Wait until you hit 60 and you watch a TV show and cry. It gets ridiculous.
You're only 60. I mean, you're already 60.
I'm 63.
Holy monkey!
Yeah, I'm an old guy.
You and Russ Meadows hold your age very well. I had no idea either one of y'all were around that age. I'm 48. I'm 49, and I look like I'm
70.
That's why I thank you, Jamie. I mean, this comes in brown, this comes in gray, so that's why I sometimes color that. But anyway,
you reach a point where you're sitting there watching a TV show with your wife, and you're over there going.
Well, I mean, those are the only times I've cried publicly. I'm a softie when it comes to. I'm trying to think of a movie that made me cry. Oh, well, this is 8 seconds
Titanic?
movie. Titanic. I don't think I cried. 8 seconds. I almost cried. Now, I admit, when I was a young kid, like 3 days ago, I cried at Snoopy. Snoopy, come home. I didn't know Snoopy would ever come back.
Yeah, Bambi was tough.
Then when he got older, he wanted a gun.
I couldn't believe Titanic was a true story.
Jim says Die Hard made him cry.
That's a good one.
Jamie thought he was going to bomb it. I didn't know it was a true story.
You know, I thought in Titanic they'd at least change the ending.
Oh, Chris Nealon saying, I thought Charles was as old as my dad, and I'm 61. Thanks. Jeff Robinson saying he hopes to see me and Wes in Houston. I can't guarantee that, Jeff. I'm no longer associated with the company that I was there with, but if my, allows it, then I will try to be there, but not in a booth that I'm aware of. Dave Hart says he cried at Snoopy Come Home. Good. And we're brothers.
I'll hang out with you.
Thank you.
I will be at Houston, though.
I'm about to say, I hope Steve Good can come to Houston, but that's where I saw him again.
The last time I went to Houston, I was telling these guys earlier, is when I burst my eardrum. I've got bad memories about that place. I don't know if I ever go back.
Was that related to NASCAR, or was that when we met you? You had eardrum.
No,
That's because you didn't shut
it
up,
was
Charles.
it was the plane trip. The pressure in the plane trip burst my left eardrum.
My God, ride a horse. Come on now.
I would have to. It about killed me.
I
I've never
imagine.
had anything hurt that. I've had kidney stones, gallstones, all that stuff, and it don't compare.
I've never had kidney stones, and it sounds like I'm being funny, but as much of this as I drank, you'd think I would.
Yeah.
I've had ear issues, not because of planes, but yeah, you want to tear your ear off.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Like you want to get a cork and just pull out, blah, blah, blah. What were you saying, Jamie, about you saying it was because I was talking that he had ear issues?
Yeah.
See, behind all the talk, I can hear the smack talk, by God.
Lee, you cried at E.T.
Yeah, when they take them away.
Oh, I thought it was because he phoned home and not you.
Guys in the white suits, take them away.
I am definitely a softie when it comes to some movies.
E.T. phone Lee.
Have you guys noticed that since Charles showed up, we've lost total control?
We're not talking Scrollsaw no more.
That happens.
Sorry. Oh, what were we supposed to be talking about?
That fine print that says anything else that comes up.
What do you want to talk about?
All right. Well, I'm going to get off here, go eat some dinner, and it's been fun talking with you guys tonight.
Dinner is 2:00 in the morning.
You know, my hours are so strange that me eating dinner at 2:00 in the morning wouldn't be that unusual.
Me and Steve Good are usually up at the same hours. We just don't always correspond at those hours. But yep.
Yeah. It's not unusual for me to still be up at 4.
Yeah, that's when I'm going to bed. It's usually with daylight starting. It was awesome seeing you again, Steve Good.
Yep. Same here, man.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it.
We need to do better at keeping in touch with each other. Of course, you're busy as heck.
Amen. I agree. I follow you all the time. You just don't know it. I stalk you.
Well, at least stalk me with positivity.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm out of here.
Worst people to be stalked
Good
by.
night.
Talk to you all
Take it
later.
easy, Steve.
What to do, Steve?
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Mr. Steve Good, everybody.
Bye, Steve. Thank you.
Please start calling me special needs girler. Sorry, that was not a dig on anybody that special needs. It's just dogging myself. But I got to stop doing that. Howdy, everybody.
Now is the echo gone?
I don't know what you're
The
doing.
echo is gone.
Echo. No echo, see?
That's strange because Steve Good is kind of a techie. Usually that doesn't happen.
Headphones, Steve.
Oh, it's always a treat getting to talk to Steve Good, as it is y'all. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Bradburn has joined us.
Hello, Brian.
Jamie, Aaron's back.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Robinson saying, Charles, maybe at Michael's Shop in Temple for getting meetup 2020. Well,
That's
I'm not.
Jamie's future girlfriend there.
Y'all, I haven't mentioned that, by the way, as far as chat people. I believe I've met Jim Brashears, and I know I've met Jeff more than once. I don't know if I've met Chris Nealon or not. This is all just in case you care.
I believe Brad is over in Georgia, and I keep saying I'm going to make that show one of these days just so I can go meet him.
Mike, I've been told that I met, but I was so drugged up on the meds that I don't remember meeting him, and it breaks my heart because he's a sweet guy.
Hello,
Is
Brian.
that Mike?
Now Jim Brashears is saying, "Yeah, Charles, we cried together in Atlanta." I walked into that one, by God. I would love to meet you too, Mr. Bradburn.
Brian Bradburn. Hello, how are you tonight? Welcome in.
Oh,
Jeff.
Oh, Jim, were you at the table when I had the panic attack and the fries I left behind? Seriously, I think I might have met Jim. Yeah, I know I already said that.
Jim Brashears is a really, really tall guy with a grey hair.
Yeah, and it's funny too because he's not lying about the French fries. We were in a restaurant, and of course, my lovely anxiety took over, and I had to go outside because I was crying out of embarrassment. And Russ Clarity didn't realize what I was going through, so he was still in there talking, and he came out with ketchup on his beard, feeling bad for not being out there.
Did you just say the no name?
It's not a no name. It's just back in the good times, things change sometimes.
Did you say the no name on my show?
Yes, sir.
What, Jim Shears?
No, not that name. He knows what he said.
Well, yeah, but it is what it is. I tried to fix it, but I ain't the one that broke it. So we're gonna change subject there. I tell you what, by God,
Three lashings with a wet noodle for you.
that wouldn't be the first time. Well, that sounds bad. Never mind. I'm gonna shut that.
Charles is used to a lip noodle.
You can kiss my hind end. I tell you what, youngster whippersnapper. Who is the youngest in here?
That would be me. Oh,
Okay, everybody state your age.
I just
young
look
is
old,
Jamie.
Jamie.
You
Okay.
just look old. How old are you?
Take a guess. Take the white away here.
40.
No.
42.
Oh no. I am
So-
34.
Lee, how
You're
old?
joking.
No.
Now I feel really old.
Lee, how old are you?
32.
32 for Lee. How much for Jamie?
37.
God, I'm over. You said you're 44, Wes?
34.
34. So I'm the only one in my 40s. I'm practically half dead. Now, if you go by how I act, I'm younger than everybody. Yeah,
How old are you? 22.
I'm 49.
Have a shave, Charles. You look 22.
No, I look uglier old.
Jim says he has a kid that's 34.
Yep. Can I date your daughter? Don't tell my wife. I set myself up for a big cut down when I asked if I could date somebody's daughter by a gun. Hell no, I'll kick you.
You should have been out here earlier when Aaron was on.
I'm
Wait, no,
sorry.
she's Jamie's. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Lee, I thought for sure the show was going to start 7 p.m. my time. I didn't have a time it started, so I didn't know when to be awake. So
That's
I set my
fine.
alarm. Okay.
I figured you slept or something, so it's all good.
I usually don't do that. I'm totally kidding. I'm always late to crap because of sleeping. What G-rated? Can you tell me what happened?
Oh, I've got the full screenshots. I'll send them to you later.
Nice. Okay, okay. So what were y'all talking about as a topic for the show that I totally butchered?
Scroll
Well, it's about scrolling. So we were talking about wood turning mainly.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. You kind of came in at the tail end of me saying that I'm doing a demo at Hartville on the 21st.
Okay.
And then Jamie said he's doing a demo.
I'm doing a demo at Kempton Park Racecourse again this year on the 5th and 6th of next month.
Nice. Just since we were talking about age, I want to catch up with the people in the chat. Chris Nealon says I'm 61 and I will outlift any of you probably because I get a hernia lifting a Dr. Pepper. Mark Durgos, my kids are 39, 37, and 34. And Jeff Robinson's birthday is Sunday. And Wes, you're going to go spank him.
Happy birthday, Jeff, for Sunday.
Jeff Robinson.
That'll be live on the podcast.
Jeff
Robinson's birthday is on Sunday.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, Jeff.
I've met him and his wife a few times, and they're very good people.
Let me make a note of that for his birthday, and I'll make sure he gets a shout out on the podcast.
Now, Wes, you've met Jeff Robinson too. He's the one that gave.
Yes.
Happy birthday to Jeff.
Oh yeah. Bobo.
And many more.
Yes. I was actually hoping to make a show back down. What was that, Jeff? Around January, but that was when my dad had the heart attack, and I spent a lot of my time down in San Antonio with my family during that time, and I missed that show.
And last we talked, Wes's dad is doing better.
He is doing a lot better. In fact, it's been about 4 or 5 weeks now. He finally went back in. They've got him built back up strong enough. They did the first round of stents and kind of sum everybody up here. Had a heart attack back towards the tail end. I blame it on the full moon back in January. We had that full blood moon and the eclipse, but that really had nothing to do with it. It was just his time. All three arteries in his heart were 90, 90, and 99% blocked.
Good lordy.
He's a preacher, so he got up Sunday morning, went, did his church, and there towards the end, he started feeling nauseous, and he shut the show down rather abruptly, and that kind of confused everybody. He went back to his office, sat down in the chair, and passed out. Secretary came along, woke him up, and he said, well, I guess I need to go to the house.
Yeah.
So he gets up, he walks, 75 yards across down to the house. He goes in, here's Mom saying, are you ready to eat lunch? And he says, nope, I think I need to go lay down. And he spent the next, probably 12 to 16 hours laying in bed. And he finally got up and he said, I think I need some help. I'm not going to shake this. So they set up an appointment to see the doctor, which that fell like another 12 hours before they could get in. They admitted him, said at some point, you've had a heart attack. Then that's when they started doing all the tests, found all the arteries were clogged. So it's like you had a heart attack, you laid in bed for 24 hours. Why are you seriously still alive?
Well, Jim
It's
Brashear,
what the doctors told him.
Jim Brashear said, I hope by house he meant the ER, but a lot of those guys that are gung-ho about working, they're used to having aches and pains and this and that and, energy
Right.
ups and downs. So that's why I was saying, no, it wasn't a mistake. He didn't go to the ER.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he walked to his house, laid down in his bed, and then 24 hours later, they went to the doctor. And then he spent the next 3 weeks in the hospital trying to get everything back to at least close enough to normal they could release him. They released him from San Antonio, sent him back to Kerrville where they live, and he did another several weeks in therapy. And they released him from that, and he started doing home therapy. And so this goes from January up until early March is when he finally gets to go back home. And so about 5 weeks ago, they did the first round of stents. They were only able to do one of the arteries because of all the damage. Basically went in and what they call roto-rooted that artery to get 3 stents put in that one. So today's Friday. So Monday, they'll actually check back into the doctor tomorrow evening. And he's going in for the second round Monday morning, first thing Monday morning. And they're going to work on the second artery there. So
I'm glad he's getting better.
they're probably looking at another at least 3 stents on that one as well. And then they'll assess the third one and see what needs to be done from there. But in between, he plays the mandolin. He does a little scroll saw work here and there as well. And it was about the first 2.5 to 3 months after being home, I told him, I said, you've got to do something. He lost a lot of feeling in his left hand. They thought he was going to lose some of the fingers because of all the
Contraction or
everything that broke loose in the heart that actually traveled through to the ends of his fingers. And I forget the term they used, but all the trash, basically.
blood clot.
The clotting had finally turned loose and it built up in his hand.
Chris needs that.
no
How old your
feeling.
dad is?
Night, Mark.
He turned 66 in May.
Mark Drogo has left us.
But once we got to that point, he was starting to get a little bit of feeling back in that hand. I told him, you need to go pick that mandolin up and play it. He said, I have no feeling. I cannot play.
And that's sad, too, because I think the movement would break up the clots. I'm not
right. And that's what I told him. I said, you need to do more than just the therapy they're giving you, lifting weights here and there, trying to build the strength back. You need to do something that's going to move your fingers. So I went in the closet and pulled his mandolin out, and I said, you sit down right there and play it. and he was able to kind of pick through for about 5 minutes, and that kind of got his spirits back up. So I want to say that was back in March, mid-March. So he's gradually been picking that back up, and he's picked back up on the scroll sawing, and he does a lot of Steve Good's patterns.
Very
So
good.
I was gonna say.
that's
I was gonna
another
say you
thing.
should put him on the scroll saw.
Yeah,
That's good therapy.
Well, Chris
Yeah,
Nealon
yeah,
is saying
that's
he
what
should
he
be.
said. You know, it's something that keeps his mind off of things. It keeps him busy, keeps his hands busy, and
That
gives
helps.
him something to look for. You know, and he's always loved doing the woodworking and gets the spirits built back up. So
Yeah, Chris Nealon saying to get him on statin, meaning statin drugs, and then he says baby steps. Jim Brashear saying hope he doesn't start getting hand cramps. That would be pretty discouraging.
he's been doing real good, and all the doctors have they when he walks back in for his checkups and everything, they call him Miracle. You know, to sit literally 24 hours after a heart attack at 90, and 99% blocked, especially that Widowmaker, and then decide, hey, maybe I need to go to a doctor because this is not getting any better. So it's definitely one of those things, you know, you can look at a million different scenarios and say, why? But it's like, God's not done with him yet. You know, he's not done with me. He's not done with my dad. He's got a lot of stuff going on, and we don't know where things are going yet. I mean, there could still be anything goes wrong Monday at this second procedure, but if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, we're all aware that it's out of our hands pretty much. And
Yeah. Well, I don't want to bring everybody down, but there is a plus side to this. My dad was given 9 months to a year 4 years ago, so he's still with
exactly.
us.
Exactly.
And Jamie just showed me on Facebook what this Aaron person was typing. Holy monkey!
Yeah.
But,
Right.
Wow.
but
I know, right?
experiences like that, and that's what I tell people. It's something that makes you really appreciate life.
Exactly, or at least prioritize what matters and what doesn't.
And exactly, and prioritize, and that kind of pulls me back to my story, you know, and I've shared this with a lot of people. 2 years ago, I literally poured a bottle of rubbing alcohol in my living room floor and tried to burn my house down because I was in the pits of pure darkness. My wife left, took my kids. I had no reason to keep going. I put the scroll saw down. I put everything down that I had prioritized and put ahead of my family and said, I don't want anything to do with this house anymore.
Yep.
And you know, if you've ever seen alcohol burn, it's awesome.
It's so colorful.
And it's like, why am I unable to burn this house? Like, I struck 7 matches, and every one of them would not even spark a flame in this place. And it's like,
Some would tell you there was somebody behind that.
yes, and I sure will too. And it was, you know, I'd gone out of town for a weekend. I came back to a empty house. She had come while I was gone, took what she wanted, and I came in. Well, I went out of town. I came back to do a job. So I got home, took a shower, cleaned up, went and did my job. On the way home, I stopped, and I got me a bottle. And I sat out on the front porch, and I got myself stupid drunk. And then I came back inside and tried to burn my house down.
I don't mean to be.
And,
I don't mean any disrespect whatsoever, Wes, but we probably should brighten the topic. And I mean,
but,
don't get me wrong. I know,
but
we all have.
yeah,
Our
I'll try to speed this along. But it was yeah, long story very short is it was that moment in time where I finally broke down and started getting my head back on straight and saying, I've got to get my life back in order and prioritize what was really important to me.
Yeah,
And
it's easier
that's
said than
when.
done.
Oh yeah, it is. It's been and I tell people it's not a day by day journey. It's an hour by hour and sometimes minute by minute.
Yes, sir.
But it's tough. You get down to that point, it's hard to get yourself back up. And little by little, I got back involved with the scrolling community, and I got those spirits built back up. And that's where I was 2 years ago. On my page, I had 68 people following me, and today I have almost 2,500 people. In 2 years, it's gone that high. And there's people in here that say they look up to me, and they're thankful that I'm in this community doing and giving back and everything. And it's like, please don't look up to me, because if you really knew where I was 2 years ago, like it's
Well, see,
humbling. It's
well,
very
Wes,
humbling.
part of it is if a lot of people go through those things, and also when they look up to you, it's because they can either see the potential, see the personality, or see what you overcame, and that's
Right.
probably.
And that's what the one thing that'll always stick out in my mind is after I left your house with that solve for Tommy.
Yeah.
We sat in his garage and talked for about 2 hours, and he said, I've never met a strong person with an easy past. And that kind of hit home, and it's like, sometimes that's what it takes. You hit rock bottom and build yourself back up. And that's what makes us strong.
Yeah.
And I do. I say it all lined up. And where I'm at today, I will put everything aside and say what I do in the Scroll Saw community is to give back to what everybody has done for me personally. And most people will never understand it. But it's big for me.
Amen. So now I can't come up with a stupid cracker. I'm insensitive or typical or immature. Or...
I didn't mean to take it all so serious there.
That's okay, Jamie. Why don't you get on the couch and tell us?
Tell us about you, Jamie.
Well, what we've been through makes us what we are. Go ahead,
right.
Jamie.
Tell you about me. Nothing to say. Nothing interesting. I'm boring.
Yeah, I want to actually show you guys.
I don't get depressed. How's that? I'm happy.
All right.
Show you guys.
Good to know.
All right. Now that I can actually get on my website, my internet is cooperating for now. I want to show you guys this website and the changes I made so you guys can go over there and get the patterns. So, how do I screen share again, Jamie? Oh, down here at the bottom.
Yeah, there's a pink button down the bottom that says screen share.
Let's see it.
I was saying in the chat, it's kind of strange for me to be mature for like 5 minutes. It's like I was, I got to say something stupid, but I couldn't find the right time. But that doesn't lessen the importance of what we talked about. Y'all know that. Good Lord, I was going to say we've been going for over 2 hours, but y'all have. I've been, a little late.
Should go to me. There we go. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
How about now?
Yep, you can still see you. Can't see the screen that you're sharing.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, what they mean is they can see you, not your screen. Awkward silence. Please stand by.
I can break that silence. I scroll saw naked last night.
Boom, 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 boom. What's that? What's that song from Jeopardy?
Ding, 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 ding. If you'd like to make a call, please stand by. Or
There you go.
please hang up and try
Is
your
he,
call.
is he frozen?
Oh, well, maybe he is. Oh, I bet he'd love that portrait too. Oh,
Earth to Lee.
Lee, you're the only one on the screen and you're frozen.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, I'm Lee.
God
Knight.
damn it, Bobby.
My name's
Move
Lee.
your head.
My name's Lee Knighton. Hi. That was a terrible impression, but by golly, are we even still live?
Yeah, we're still live.
Yep. All right. Well, everybody, there is Lee. Now you know what he looks like, so we'll just talk amongst ourselves. So, what do y'all want to talk about?
God damn it, Bobby. If you want your brother, I'd hug you.
Damn it, Bobby. I said propane and propane accessories. It's a conspiracy, Hank. That was Dale Girl. Hey, Dad. All right, so that's all my impressions.
God damn it, Bobby.
What's
How am I supposed to know what a JPEG is?
This is what happens when maturity gets in all one room. What? You know, it's funny. We all talk about each other, but if I could meet most of the people that talk in these chats, it'd be a hoot. I mean, just hanging out in the same room. I've met some of them. But, well, Lee, we can see what you're doing, but that's about where it is. And Jamie's getting all ready for the language there.
I've met 2 of the 4 that are on the screen. I've
Yeah.
never met myself, or I would call it 3.
I've met myself, and I'm not a fan. I may be immature, but I'll never be to the point that Aaron lady was, or if that was even a lady.
You wish you was like a...
There's... I was trying to read the comment. What?
What comment?
Uh-oh.
Aaron.
Oh. Yeah, that got pretty severe, I tell you what.
Lee seems to have disappeared somewhere.
All right,
I
so
couldn't even hear you guys. It was that frozen. So, well,
What made it better was Steve was trying
no,
to have
he's
a
back.
serious conversation, and I was trying
He's
not to
back.
laugh.
yeah, leave it to one of us.
Right.
So,
so much
yes,
for showing you
so
my website. You guys can go over there and check it out on your own time.
all right, all right. Well, that'd be okay. So, what Okay, somebody say something because we're gonna lose them all. By God,
Something because
Something?
we're going to lose them all, by God.
they're
Something.
dropping like flies, Jim.
You guys
Oh,
know
really?
about PS Wood machines?
Yes, sir.
Where I
No, please tell us.
sell some of my pattern
Yeah.
through these guys. If you go to their website, these are all my cars. See them all?
Mm.
You can see all my cars in there. It's kind of hard to do this.
There's a couple of bikes there as well.
Yeah, there's a few bikes. I
Motorcycle.
don't have many bikes. But if you guys go to
Oh.
pswood.com, you guys can go right there and check out their website. They've got patterns for sale. They sell Timberwolf bandsaw blades, BS Wood, super sharp scroll saw blades, which are what my blades of choice. Those are the ones that I always use. I find that they're better because they don't wander as much as the old stuff or the Flying Dutchmans, and they actually cut a little bit more aggressive than the other blades because of their teeth, and that makes it so that the wood doesn't burn when you have thicker hardwoods. And those blades are actually really good for hardwoods.
Okay.
Yep.
And what was that? pswood.com.
Yes, and I found out that they will ship overseas.
Okay, good.
See right here is actually last show I showed you guys my CDs. Here they are. They're over here for sale if you want to buy them. There's the entire sheet of patterns. There's the 3 vehicles. That's got the fire truck, the 41 Ford, and the patriotic semi. And the other one is all my police cars.
Y'all don't need groceries and paying your bills. Get them patterns over, by God.
And then right here, that's the 41 convertible. We just showed you. You can buy them individually too if you want. But there's also a CD option. And there's my going down. There's my patriotic eagle with the flag that I designed.
God bless America.
America.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I think.
Nifty. Oh.
And you've seen this one probably already, Charles. Right?
Oh, yeah.
The lion.
That's not a lion, it's a stand-in.
I thought I was done crying for the night.
My 2 hawks. You thought Charles was bad. Try cutting that.
They know I'm bad.
I don't really design those kind of style patterns with all that detail very often, but sometimes I do.
I don't either. But I keep doing it because I'm an idiot.
But sometimes I do.
Oh.
Actually, these are the things. You guys are laughing. What are you laughing about? You must be laughing. Here's their blades. Right here.
Oh, dear Jesus, help me, Lord.
So they've got a 2, a 5, a 7, an 8. Or sorry, 2, 5, 7, 9, and 12.
Can you throw up from laughing too hard?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
And it lists right here which one is good for what. So you can see that one's for 1/4 or less, and then softwood, and then hardwood, and then straight line cutting is the other one. So the 12 is for straight line cutting.
God.
You guys go over here. What are you laughing about? You guys go over here. You guys you can check it out. Yes, that is my fire truck that won last year. That was cut by Don Lorenz. He's an excellent intarsia artist. He also did my semi. What do you guys? What'd you guys do? Must be missing some.
Once I get started, it's done.
What did you guys do?
I don't know, I'm burning up over here. Oh. This is, oh God, help me, Jesus. I get really religious when I'm driving. It doesn't take much with me, Lee. It has nothing to do with you.
Crack it up.
Oh,
I've got tears running down my face. I'm laughing so hard.
I got tears running down my
All right,
leg.
guys. The panel members have actually lost it.
I got tears running down my leg.
Oh, dear.
Oh, help me.
Chris said, "Did Charles fart?"
I told him no, that's exhaling. And plus, we don't get that hope. I needed that laugh. I don't even know why. All it took was Jamie going, oh.
All I said was okay. Oh, dear. Right.
I'm not real discreet when I'm trying not to laugh.
You were for about 8 seconds.
I still need to get him that shirt that says "My blood type is Dr. Pepper"
Yeah. Or
with
Texas
the
blood.
ID bag.
Texas,
Mine is
Texas,
Pepsi.
Texas blood type barbecue. Oh God, man, you're cracking up. It gets really warm. Because my pants are on fire. Sorry.
Oh, Mountain Dew.
Dude,
I got old Mountain Dew.
on the mountain. That on the Mountain Dew.
Oh man,
Oh, I like.
I got no
Jamie,
way to.
I came over to visit Britain, and I could just see all the sights and look up my roots.
Yeah.
See, I would love to go to Britain one day. Might be
special.
Britain's great. See what I did there?
Yeah, Britain's
Big
great.
Ben and
It
stuff.
says it right, and it's right in the name.
Oh, don't get me started again. Show. There's no way to fan myself without looking pretty. Oh, mercy, mercy. I'm so warm. That is not to discriminate if there's any.
Who am I?
You're Mr. Lee Madden. Lee, get in my van, Naden.
What? Get in my van.
Chewbacca?
What?
Chewbacca. Jamie's still guessing what you are or who you are.
Chewbacca?
Oh.
I was imitating Charles doing the.
All right.
I wasn't
You
quite
need, a
that
baseball,
effective.
you need a baseball cap.
Who am I?
Steve jumped out because he had to go. Yeah. Steve had to go. He was running late for him, I guess. But
This is my website. Sorry, I was trying to do an impression and I cracked myself up. Okay. Oh God, help me. Oh God.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, so we, if we were to interview the 8 people watching right now, of course, we might be part of the audience.
so there's at least 4.
Yeah.
Like, what's keeping you here? Watching Charles be an idiot?
I tell you, I hope this. I hope this.
We're all here for
podcast
Jamie.
Starting is going to be half as funny as this.
Oh yeah.
I hope Aaron comes back.
Yeah.
Just for you.
Yeah.
So did you get a copy of what Aaron said, Charles?
Yeah.
I've got everything. Yeah.
Sounded like a really bad porn audition.
Yes, it was. It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Is it going to show up when the show plays back on YouTube?
Yeah, it was on screen.
Oh, nice.
She likes veal.
I laugh so hard. I
And
laugh
beef.
so hard. I'm actually nauseous from laughing so much.
And beef.
Curtains and shutters. Okay, back to the show, Lee. What's it about? We're only 2.5 hours in.
Hey, you know what? It was only about scrolling about an hour and so ago. Now we've run out of topics.
Like, where's Charles? We need to derail our
Last
show.
half an hour laughing.
Oh,
All right. What is your favorite scroll saw book that you own? And you don't have to have it in front of you.
Charles Deering Portrait North American. I don't remember what it's called.
Self-promotion. Way to go.
I have to because I don't get a bunch of books.
I have that exact book, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
If you ever go to like a show that I'm
I didn't
going
even
to,
know
I'm
that
gonna
book
have you
existed.
sign it. Okay.
I didn't even know that book existed.
Uh,
He needs to do more promoting.
It's not doing real well, but yeah.
I bought it a long time ago. Very long time ago.
Yeah, I believe it was
Right.
2010.
Right, well, we're going to start getting promoted then.
Actually, Jeff, I think Mountain Dew was started somewhere out there, like Tennessee. So it might be Tennessee Kool-Aid.
Send me a link to it, Charles.
Somewhere out there.
White lightning.
Somewhere south. Tennessee, for all I know. Dr. Pepper. That's good too.
Do y'all see the comments on the inside chat here on the streaming page?
On the private chat?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
I appreciate
Yeah, you
it,
told me
Jamie,
that.
but it's not really worth the effort.
You told me that you only get so much of it and it's not really worth it.
Yeah, 8% I mistyped, but yeah, you only get 8% royalties, at least with them. I don't know what the current state is. I'm not a very good negotiator.
That's really low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the main reason the book tanked is because we tried to put such detailed patterns on page size, in a book size pages. And plus everything was outlined with a black line, so it crowded everything even more. So, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that book. I can blow stuff up real easily if I take it to the print shop or the library. That I don't have a problem with that book, but I own one, and it's got the gray background behind the patterns. It's like one of my, what is it? The ornament books I got. They've got the gray behind the patterns. Then when
Yeah.
I go to scan it or to try to blow it up, it's really hard to see the patterns because of that gray. But your patterns never had that issue.
Well, I know really early on I learned that people lost the blade and with black ink, so that's why I made everything gray. If I do it too light of a gray, then it doesn't show up real well.
So like I'm saying on a book, when they put the background on the book page,
Yeah.
they made the background gray, the pattern black. So it was really hard to see it when you go to print it or scan it. The scanner has a real hard time picking it up.
Go. Yep.
I actually called Fox and told him that. I said, what? That's really not good. Well, I don't know. We're thinking about doing another show here in Ohio next year. I don't know. We'll have to see.
But weren't you pretty
Okay.
upset last year when nobody showed up?
I'm not nobody. I had 4 people showed up that were scrollers, and then I had a bunch of people scroll up that were carvers. So it wasn't nobody.
Go.
Like 2 carving clubs showed up. Those guys were fun. And then Bruce Swanson and his wife. And then 2 guys from Michigan, and I'm having a brain fart right now. But they came. It's pretty bad that I can't remember, but sorry, guys. But my brain doesn't work very good.
I can relate very well.
Me too.
But Bruce was there, yeah, and I met him for the first time, and he's a great guy. So his wife's very nice lady. He brought his grandfather clock. It was gorgeous. Won Best in Show.
It says there are 6 people watching, and 4 of them are probably us.
So that's 2 more. So one is
2 more.
carving guys. Do some amazing work.
One's Jim Bashir's probably.
And
It
maybe
is.
Jeff and Dave.
And
Jeff and
Jeff
Dave.
Robinson, maybe.
Dave's not here.
Yeah. If we do it again, this year,
Yeah, it's
I'm
Jeff
gonna-
and Jim by the looks of it. Oh no, Jeff just dropped out.
try to advertise with Fox Chapel so everybody knows about it more.
Who's got that noise in the background?
I don't know.
I have a window
Me.
unit behind me, but I haven't heard it till now. Unless it's, if it is me.
Not
I have
me.
a fan next to me if that's what you hear.
That's probably what it is. If it's oscillating
Is
when
it
it gets
oscillating?
in the microphone.
Michael.
Yeah, I think your fan's blowing into the microphone, Lee.
As it turns.
Jim's just waiting for a sump pump to blow up or explode.
Sub pump, yep. Bye-bye, sub pump. Dave said he's here, don't know why.
Makes two of us.
That's fine.
Oh, don't get me started again, please. I'm still trying to recover.
Oh, really?
So we shouldn't make Charles laugh, huh?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Someone sent him a picture of his own wiener.
Well, Dave, Jeff, and Jim are there.
That's kind of like that time Charles sent me pictures of certain someone that I won't name.
Oh.
And he knows who. Can't say live on air.
Yeah.
Hmm.
David Lee Rath is saying, "Is it me or does Wes never blink?"
I know.
Blink.
His face is frozen.
Not on me.
Prison.
He just blinked for us live on air. That was
For the
pretty.
love of God, Wes, back up.
My God, Jim.
Hello, everybody.
Chris Nealon
Hello,
says, "So I walked back in the
everybody."
room." And Chris Nealon says, "So I walked back in the room and somebody's talking about wiener pigs. Who was it talked about wiener?
No, that would be me.
I'll leave it to Jamie. Stop your wiener talk, mister."
Jamie said something about, yeah, you must have missed it.
That's how we're going to make you laugh. We're going to send you your own picture back.
Yeah, I don't have a magnifying program.
I can tell you the one I use.
We're derailing again.
Yeah, don't get me blocked from YouTube. Come on.
It might be a little too late for that.
Yeah, after Aaron was on here.
No, you're not responsible for the people in the chat. Only if you're reading it and encouraging. I don't know. Encouraging has its issues.
Well, what happened is I'm new to this software, and I hit show, and it put up what she said right where your picture is on the thing. Because what I was trying to do was delete it, like I could delete it over and mod it, so I can
Oh.
block her. And I thought if I hit it, that it would block her. But
Well, David
It
Lee
actually
Rath
showed it.
says, "I wanted to
He highlighted it and left it there.
David Lee Rath says, "I wanted to congratulate Wes for having a raccoon on his chin. It looks lovely, and we could all learn something about loving nature."
very nice.
I guess that means I have a bunny rabbit on my chin.
The tail end of a bunny.
That's not as bad as that one night we told Charles to shave his beard on camera.
Oh, and
We made him shave.
I regret that. I don't think it was wrong. I don't think it was on a live show though.
I think it was. It was either that or like right after we went off the air.
I will
Yeah.
say,
I'll never do that again. Go ahead.
I picked up the name Silver Fox for this little thing.
That's also the nickname of what's his face, Charlie Rich.
And Cole Jacobson.
So now whenever you do videos, you guys say, "Hello everyone, this is Silver Fox."
Silver Fox.
Most of the things I can't repeat on air.
Yeah.
This show is very mature.
Yeah, the thing she calls
Rolling
me
with
now, I
Silver
can't
Fox.
I grew up most of my life thinking my name was Jesus, and damn it, Jesus, get out of there, damn it.
I grew up thinking most of my name is sit down and shut up.
I'm Amish. Chris Nealon saying I should be applauded for having such an old beard on such a young face. Trust me, the more of my face that I cover, the better. And I'm not dogging myself. I'm just ugly.
Hiding 10 pounds of it.
I've seen myself nude. I have to have a sense of humor. Sorry y'all had to picture that. That's when the internet broke.
Don't get me blocked, man. Don't get me blocked.
It won't be me, mister.
That's all I ask, Charles. Just don't get me blocked.
I won't, baby. Okay.
Okay.
Or you can't find this anywhere else on the internet, I'll tell you what.
Fuck my eyes.
What about your eyes?
Chris wrote, fuck my eyes. Oh, don't even, I'm not even reading that one, Dave.
I can't answer that, Dave. Well, there's no way to respond to that without getting blocked. Pluck my eyes. Eye bleach. Jamie is supplying the eye bleach. I'm supplying the forks.
Jamie ain't supplying nothing. Jamie ain't getting involved.
Jamie got involved. David Lee Rath says, so what's going on, guys? Any thoughts about Van Halen? See, what that was a very discreet attempt to say, hey, look, my username is like David Lee Roth. Van Halen, see what you did there, mister. Might be Aaron under another username.
Oh no, if it was Aaron, you would know.
Oh, it might just be building up. You supply the night, baby. I'll supply the love. Toto rocks, man. I like Toto. I like sticks.
I like sticks.
I'm still concerned about that username. What was it? Driveway Workshop with Jim Shears.
Chris Nealon saying time for some Jamesons. I think he means alcohol.
Alcohol.
Jameson's whiskey.
Jeff actually asked a very mature. He asked a mature. He actually asked a mature question. Jamie, do you use a vacuum chuck?
I didn't know a scroll saw could take them. For my lathe, no. At the moment, I don't. But I am looking to get one. I've got to get myself a vacuum chamber.
Does a vacuum chuck suck?
A vacuum pump. Sorry, but no, they're very, very good. Well, they can be very good. At the moment, I'm using coal jaws.
Does a vacuum chuck? Well, when I say does a vacuum chuck suck, it's because of the whole vacuum reference.
That's what you did.
Hey, I don't know.
I'm not impressed.
I already used that one, Chris Nealon. By God, don't steal my thunder.
Yeah, so I may look into getting one a bit later on, but right now I'm just using coal jaws.
Most of us get on this panel because it gives us an excuse to publicly goof off. By God.
Mm-hmm.
We like train wrecks. It's what we do.
Choo-choo.
Yeah.
Talking about scroller saws, did you guys have any bad accidents or witnessed any? If you have a bad accident with a scroll saw, there are issues.
Yeah, if you've got a bad accident,
you're the one with the issue.
Yeah,
you're the.
if you're scrolling something on that table that shouldn't be there, that could be a bad accident. But that's as far as we're gonna go with that.
So you got Cole Jacobson and Eloy Escajado have cut themselves.
Yeah, fuck the Eloy.
I think David Lee Rath is an instigator and trying to start.
So I've got a group on Facebook called Team Scroll Saw, and to join said group, you have to answer 3 questions. First one is, what scroll saw have you got? The second one is, what kind of blades do you use? They're kind of the standard questions of, let's see if you really are a scroll sawer. And the third question is, have you ever been cut with using a scroll saw? And that says, if you are a scroll sawer, then we can take the piss out of you when you get in there. So, yeah.
I stabbed myself with a blade once.
I've done that. I've stabbed myself with a
That,
blade because I didn't wait for it to stop going up and down before I tried to lift the arm or
but
whatever. Yeah.
going back to the Team Scroll Saw group,
Sorry about that.
is that group is basically it's open to scroll saws only, and it's basically if you own a scroll saw, you can join it. And it's basically that the rules are there are no rules except for no bullying and no talk of politics. If you want to sell your stuff, whether it's a pattern or it's a finished product, you can do so.
And it's all
Yeah,
one word, right? Team Scroll Saw.
Yeah, Team Scrolls are all one word. It's because there was too many groups out there that wouldn't allow you to sell finished products and basically be yourself.
I'll post
And
it
there
in
was
the
too,
chat.
and there was too. So I went for argument's sake, and I don't know whether they just hated Charles or not. I don't know. But
Oh,
I was going there and I was posting a picture of my finished product and saying, "Look what I've gone and done. It's a Charles Deering pattern." And for whatever reason, they didn't like Charles. So they did not want me posting the Charles Deering pattern there. And I'm like, oh hell no, that's not happening in my group. You post whatever you want. If you have done a pattern that you're proud of, if you want to give away a pattern, do it.
there's
If
a
you
few
want
groups that have done that to me, but it's usually because we're not getting along.
if you want to sell a pattern, do it. You know, if you want to sell a finished product, do it. Do whatever you want. Just don't be an arse.
Yes.
Basically.
Support the community. Thank you, sir.
That's about where
No.
I stand in my group as well.
Yeah. So, and I know you've streamed in my group before a few times, and look, so if you want to go on there and stream. Do whatever you want.
My favorite though is, are you in my group, Jamie? Or in my in the group?
I am. Yeah.
So when you pull my group up, I mean, plastered to the very top, it says, "I will not tolerate open talk of taking somebody's finished piece and copying it to make your pattern." I mean, you're stealing somebody's pattern.
Yeah.
And I guess I've had my group open a little over a year. And the other night, I finally found my first, because I've been so busy drawing patterns lately, I haven't had time to keep up with it. But here's a post. Somebody's got a picture of a finished piece. Does anybody know where I can find a pattern? And I had 3 people just print that off and use it.
Yeah.
That's a no-no in my group.
It happens.
and I'm not worried about the numbers or the size of my group. If I see that, you're done.
Yeah, that's one thing people don't know. Some groups that are really large, not all of them, some of the really large groups, is because they don't filter who they let in. They just accept all the things. And it's not because any of us are snooty. It's because we're trying to avoid spammers.
So, say for argument's sake, this picture of the tiger I've done here. If I was to post this picture on Facebook, dead on, someone could easily put that into video editing software, right? Not video editing software, picture editing software. Turn that picture black and white, and straight away they've got a picture of that tiger.
That's why you'll always, at least when I'm showing the patterns that I've just done, I'll blur them a little bit.
That's why when you do it, you take a picture sideways or something like that,
and right side up. Yeah, at an angle. It's okay. Jamie Dave Hart said he just applied to the Facebook group Team Scrollsaw. I put the link in the chat.
All right, I'll go and accept it now.
That was one reason when I showed my
let's
dance with wolves.
Let's see if he's ever been cut himself on a scroll saw, shall we?
Well, he may not admit it.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's just applied. Let's have a look. No, that's silly. Right, I've just accepted him.
Well, apparently I was wondering, why is my name up there and there he's doing the Team Scrollsaw link?
There's the Team Scrollsaw link, everybody.
So there's also T-shirts for sale as well that say that
it's a
it's a scroller thing you wouldn't understand.
Hi, neighbor. Hi, neighbor.
So
Yep.
I'm hanging out on the.
I actually haven't decided where the money's going to go for that. For at the moment,
Charles,
at the moment it goes into my
Believe it in
Teespring
yourself.
account. I've got 2 T-shirts for sale. It's a scroller thing you wouldn't understand, and it's a Turner thing you understand. The money will be going to charity. I don't know where it's going to go
Charles,
at the moment. It's just at the
Dave
moment,
says I wouldn't steal that pattern. Too many damn cuts.
That's
So-
honestly why I don't sell more is the detail. And I've been told so many times through the years, we'll do some with less detail. It's hard for me to see the detail and not do it. I'm a
Exactly.
broker.
I can relate to that because
there
once
is
I
such a
get
thing,
started, I
but-
want to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't speak for any other designer, but for me, if there's too many wrinkles on the face, it could fall all to heck.
Right.
On a person like Willie Nelson, I have to control myself because a lot of wrinkles there. Most of my detail tends to be in hair. It just depends on the picture.
Jeff said in Wes's group we get to see the moon in Wes's front yard.
Yep.
That's on my personal page though. I don't moonstream on my scrolling page.
Moonstream.
You know, moon people on your
yeah.
Facebook group?
Wes is mooning people on Facebook.
We're mooning people.
Yeah, if you saw last night's project, I was scroll sawing naked.
That gives a new meaning to mooning.
Hey, I was very discreet about it. I did. Going back to, I don't care about numbers. I did I didn't want to lose any viewers.
Actually, I think you were streaming something the other day, like a storm or something coming through. Because I clicked on yours and it was like
hurricane.
Yeah.
I do. I'll sit out on my porch a lot at night if I don't have anything going on and sit and enjoy the moonshine and I'm talking about up in the sky, not the bottle. But if I get a good storm roll through, I'll sit out and watch that or listen to the toads sing after it's passed.
It's me, not toads. Come on now.
Sitting. Yeah, I try not to howl too much at the moon because my neighbors don't appreciate it too much. But
Hey, can I tell a funny joke that I heard yesterday? But it's dirty, but it's not dirty words.
You gonna get me blocked from YouTube?
Okay, what's the difference between a genealogist and a gynecologist?
No.
A genealogist looks at your family tree, a gynecologist looks at your family bush. Come on, dang it. I can't be the one laughing about that.
You have no coof.
No. I thought that was funny as heck, and y'all barely cracked a smile.
That's because I was the one that sent it to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Chris Nealon said, "Oh God." Jim Bashir said, "I knew that was going to be bad."
Charles,
I would not do that on my own channel. Dude, what would you say, Mister? Huh?
Chris says do a Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I could technically do it, but I was proud.
I did the other guy.
I was proud to do a Trump one, but people complained, so I did the Hillary one. I guess I got a Bernie one too for dartboards and stuff.
I did actually I just did one today for Trump with the flag behind him.
I got one with a flag behind him. What's up, man?
Life is short.
Weird. Yeah, I actually did a Trump flag pattern once, but mainly just Trump. Okay. There we are. There's Wes's nudity.
You're gonna start noticing here in the next few months that my pattern's gonna get a little more detailed because I got a new program that's Vector, baby.
Nice. Well, for those that don't know, Vector means it's not a bitmap. It's not going to be jagged when you zoom in and out. That's not what it means. It's just what it is.
Sharp. I've already started converting my patterns over.
Chris is saying, sorry, I didn't mean to get political. I did on Facebook, and it's gotten a lot of likes so far. I've only
Speaking of Bernie Sanders, I actually shook hands with the guy. Not a bad guy.
Sorry.
He's just, I
The
did
guy,
security.
the guy that makes turkey nuggets and all that lot.
I didn't have a choice. I did security for him when he was here.
I haven't tried to do an impression of him yet.
Get in the chopper. Get in the chopper now. I would stop whining.
Give me your hand.
He's not the brain puma. Come with me, John Connor. Come with me if you want to live.
Kind of sounds like Kermit the
I thought that was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Frog. What?
Howdy ho.
I know. Right.
Here. There's a link to that, the t-shirts.
Nice. Nice.
Hi, kids. Oh, boy.
What the hell was that?
Okay, he's finally lost it.
Mickey.
What?
I said, hi, kids. I'm Mickey. Oh, boy.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you need to stop doing that.
Hi, guys. Okay. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I'm Goofy.
Okay, so
That was better. Goofy's hard to do. I can't do a Goofy.
I do Goofy all the time. Yeah, okay, I put your link there in the YouTube chat, Mr. Jamie.
Thanks. So.
Ha ha.
All right, so we're gonna do impressions with Charlie, and the
Yeah, I think we've finally lost the plot.
Chris Nealon. I don't know if we ever
Lost
had
the
it.
plot 2 hours ago.
Chris Nealon says Mickey is a soprano, not an alto.
What? Mickey is a soprano.
Get Mickey's
Yes.
voice off. The key was wrong.
Yeah.
Hi, Paul.
Yep.
I'm not good at Mickey. I can only do Arnold. Arnold's my good one.
I can do a few. I admire those people that can do a Morgan Freeman impression.
I
I'd
can
love
also
to.
sing like Louis. I can sing like Louis Armstrong. Pretty good.
What a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. Tell me Charlie didn't just do Louis Armstrong. Word. Say it. Put it in the chat. Wow, he totally nailed that. No,
you did
somebody
all right.
support me here.
You did good.
Patrick clouds of weight.
Loads of weight.
What the hell happened to the show?
Is that you, Santa Claus?
I'm only here to see the train wreck.
Hello, Dolly. This is Louis. Dolly, it's so nice to have you back where you belong. Zabba-ba-ba-doo, yeah.
Somebody said, wow, he totally failed that. I'm verifying who he's dogging. Sounds like nailed anyway. Okay, so are you talking smack to me, Jimmy? Jimmy!
Jim said something. Sounds like he nailed it. So I know it's Jim.
And Jeff Robinson very randomly says Lee's prints are in the FBI database.
Yes, they are actually. Twice.
Okay. So who did better on Louis Armstrong, me or whoever the other one person was? Oh, I guess Jim is saying I messed up Louis Armstrong. Well, and Dave Hart is reminding Wes to blink.
I love him.
I
Like
thought
Wes.
I did pretty dang decent on the dang Mr. Louis Armstrong, but all right, be how you want to be. Okay, all right. Of course, I'm biased.
I promise I blinked. My internet is so slow it misses it in between.
That's not really Wes. He's been replaced by a non-blinking Wes robot.
He has not blinked in 30 years. I don't know how the hell he still has eyeballs.
This is Scrolling with Wes. I am Wesbot 3000. I do not blink.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but Chris Nealon saying I could host late night. But it's only late night because I'm not wearing pants. I'm kidding.
I wasn't last night.
You
There
did
you
it.
go. There you go.
Good God on the stick.
Scroll saw
I'm kind of glad Charles wasn't here when Aaron was on because I think that would have
Oh,
been.
I probably could have took that much worse. I used to have a swing like that in my backyard. I tell you what.
There was only one way to take it.
Yep. I read it. Holy monkey, she liked dessert a lot. Cakes and stuff. Moist cakes. Pants, prove it. Okay, Chris wants me to prove that I'm wearing pants. Or that I'm... Okay, I'm going to have to prove that I'm wearing pants and forgive the show.
I'm going to have to move my camera out right now. Here we go.
Don't get excited. I just painted my legs blue. Jamie, help us derail the show, dang damn it.
Oh, well. I'll just,
Play pictures.
Yeah, I'm wearing.
I can do that if you want.
Jeff Robinson wants to know if any of us can do Jimmy Stewart. I don't know if I can do his mannerisms. Please. I haven't tried to do Jimmy.
Merry Christmas, you beautiful building and loan.
That sucked. That sucked.
I'm not very good.
That was horrible.
Merry Christmas to you in jail.
But only do an impression if you can do it.
I can't.
I'm trying real hard to do. I got to hear his voice in my ear.
That's my favorite when he takes the cigar and he goes off on Potter. That's the best.
I'm doing my best to imagine his voice in my head so I can imitate it.
What, I remember when I was just a boy.
Look out the window there. It's gone.
No. Now you've gone more to the guy like Gomer Pyle sounding guy.
But let me blink here on the camera.
Lee, I cannot repeat what Brian Bradburn said about your impression of Mr. What's his face? Jimmy Stewart.
I wasn't trying to do it good.
I think Wes did better than I did on the Jimmy Stewart there. I'll tell you what.
That was one of my favorite actors.
Lee, you need to start calling the show All Hell Break Out.
All hell break out. Okay.
Or you never know. Brian never.
Well, I put on there. I actually put on the thing. You'll never know what we discuss until we discuss it.
No guarantee that you'll be entertained, but it could happen.
I do a pretty good Forrest Gump too.
I do Forrest Gump too. I'm not a smart man, but I know what scrolling is. Jenny.
I love you, Jenny.
I'll raise the baby, Jenny.
These are my magic pants.
Mama always said there were 7 ways you could cook shrimp.
One you gonna get smacked in the mouth.
What movie is that from?
Oh, you know what I watched the other day?
One of you turds gonna get smacked in the mouth.
That's the little kid on
Talladega
Talladega.
Nights.
I love that.
Turds
Yes.
gonna get smacked
Chip,
in the mouth.
I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey.
Come at you like a spider.
My
Like a
pre-pants.
spider monkey.
Help me, Oprah Winfrey.
I'm still laughing about the
Tom
same
Cruise
picture.
brought the witchcraft down on me.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
You
Now,
killing
folks
me,
at home,
Smalls.
I'm sorry if the show's not what you thought it would be, but when I'm involved, it
Are
just don't go
are you sure you wanted me to edit pictures,
Right.
Charles?
right. Not of me.
No.
Anybody? Brian Bradburn says I love this show.
Have you guys ever seen Major Pain?
Lee, you know what's funny, Lee? I just realized I wasn't subscribed. Do what?
I look good.
You ever seen Major Pain?
No,
That
but I
movie?
was married. I was married to it. My sister. No, I'm kidding. No, wait. I was not married to my sister. Wait. Texas. Really need. That was Larry the Cable Guy.
I just got
boy.
YouTube flagged for that, buddy. Thanks.
Brian says that's funny stuff, Jamie. What did Jamie do?
That's funny right there.
Did you hold up a picture when I wasn't looking? I was on the YouTube
Yes, he did.
chat.
He did. It
What
looked
was
good
he
too.
Let me see it, Jamie.
That's funny right there.
I'll show you in a bit.
I didn't know what I was over on YouTube making sure nobody was naughty. Of course, I'm the one being naughty, but I wasn't even subscribed to Lee, and I'm a moderator in his chat. That's just cool right there. Me and Lee divorce at least twice a year, right, Lee?
Just for fun.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, y'all think I'm kidding, but at least twice a year, me and Lee get pissed off at each other and block each other. And we just got done unblocking each other. Lucky Charms. All right. Frosted Lucky Charms.
Magically delicious.
You know, Russian, Scottish, and Irish accent are the 3 hardest dialects for me to copy. I can do most of the other ones. So what blade are we using tonight? Oh, a scrolling question? Chris Nealon wants to know what blade we're using, and I don't have any with me.
PS Woods.
One that works.
PS Woods Super Sharp number 5, number 7, something like that.
Pegasus
It's in
number
between those.
5.
Depending
Spiral.
on what hardwood I'm cutting. You can go to pswooden.com.
Who the hell asked a scrolling question on a scroll sawing show? My God. What is this coming to?
Let me blink here and I'll answer that question too.
Matter of fact, if you go up to my website, go to my main page on my website, on the upper right corner, it now has a little thing that says PS Wood Machines, and if you buy it, it's got an Amazon link. If you click that, go buy it, I get a cut of that sale, so that's a good place to buy it from. If you want to check it out.
I'm kidding, Jim. I know what you're saying. It's actually a rapier or something like that. Rapier with blade, apparently. Yeah. And Brian Badgerd says 2-aught Pegasus Spiral.
2-aught Pegasus Spiral and
Yeah, you have
number 3 modified reverse.
You have 6 thumbs up and 6 thumbs down, so half the audience loves it.
Half them made it.
The other half can go. Yeah, they
themselves.
can go away.
And Chris Nealon says, "Dag nabbit." I think he meant to say "dag nabbit." I will make something on my Seiko this year. See, I've been using my Hagner a lot because my shop is upside down, and I buried my. Oh, on a rare serious note, I did a very short video, like 1:36 of. If you're wondering if the upper arm, I can't believe I'm actually doing something topic related. If the upper arm on your scroll saw will not stay up, or you have trouble getting it to come down and up, I'm not going to go there. I show you how to adjust it so it'll stay up when you let go. Stuff.
Mine doesn't go up all the way because of my lift arm. The spring is a little off.
Well, you have the DeWalt. I'm referring to the kind that are designed to stay up by themselves, like the Seiko, the Excalibur. Help me out, guys.
Pegasus.
The other one. Yeah.
King.
And
the King?
Chris Nealon went where I figured everybody thought I was going. Yeah, see, awkward silence, dead air is just not good for a radio show. Jamie, I'm looking forward
It's
to hearing
not a
about
radio show. It's a YouTube page, my friend.
Yeah, but I'm too ugly for radio TV.
But I blinked.
I remember back in the day, I used to do a radio show. It used to be called Scroll Saw Radio. And it was actually a podcast before podcasts were cool. But I never got it the viewers or the listeners, so I switched to this.
I'm all for doing. I'm just wondering how, because a lot of tool things are visual, but there's other podcasts out there that talk about, making and this and that. So it's got to be a way. But a lot of the knowledge is in your head, not always visual, by God.
Right.
See, when you've been doing a podcast for 4 years, you seem to learn a few things.
Yep. Now, Jamie, if maturity is required, I cannot be involved. I mean, I know stuff, but I've got to throw some fun in there every now and then.
Well, so have me and Julian. I mean,
all I ask is that we
have
sign off.
showered together. We have shared a bed together.
I've seen the pictures. Seriously. What was I
It's a
doing?
scroller thing. You wouldn't understand.
Well, I mean, what I got to say is at the end of every show, we got to sign off with scroll on. Cool. It doesn't have to be a Charles Deering reference. We just scroll on. Cool.
Hold my finger.
Or that. But that's a visual. Hold my finger. Now you got 7 thumbs up and 7 thumbs down. You got equal haters and equal lovers. You probably have more thumbs up if I wasn't on the panel.
That would probably happen, yes.
7 people don't have a sense of humor. God. All right. No, Jamie, why don't you Well, unless you don't want to give details yet, why don't you tell us about this? No, wait till I know more about it.
You know, I don't know much about it at the moment. I haven't really spoken that much about much of it about with Julian.
So it's me,
It was only decided last week.
you, Julian, and who? Didn't you say there was 4
That's
people?
it.
Okay, perfect. I ain't gonna lie. Behind the scenes,
The fourth is going to arguably be guests.
you want us to guess?
Guests.
Oh, guess.
Yeah.
No, I'm all in, definitely. I ain't gonna lie. And when I hear about all these people doing podcasts and stuff, I'm envious because a lot of people have asked me to bring my show back, but the reason why I didn't is I suck at thinking up guests and questions. I love doing shows. That's why I'm being such an idiot right now, but I don't have the content to keep people interested, I don't think. At least not on topic.
I think the one thing I know about our one is it's not going to be. It's not. I don't think it's going to be a weekly one. It probably won't even be every other week.
Dang it.
Because it's going to be one of the things that the problem with scroll storing is if you start doing things weekly, you run out of stuff to talk about very, very quickly.
And that's why
And that's what happened with that's one of the things that happened with Charles.
Yeah,
It got to the point where today we're going to talk about what color your scroll saw is.
Yeah, I did a scroll sawing. Well, I did Scrolling with Charlie. Then I did a Scrolling with Charlie International. That was earlier in the day. And then I changed it to what the hell, Maker's Mashup. I really want to do shows again, but I don't have enough material. Unless it's not scroll saw related or tools.
It ends up getting to the point where you just run out of stuff to talk about.
Yeah, if we just had a general podcast, I'm just making conversation here. If we had a general podcast or show that didn't have a set topic, we could go for years because we'd have a hoot doing it. You know that. I mean, people might think we're goofy, but
tonight we've been going for 3 hours.
Well, no, but that's because we haven't stayed on topic. That's what I'm saying. If we do a show that doesn't have a set topic and people have a sense of humor, then we could actually do well.
But the thing is, for the first hour and a bit, we were on topic. So if we do the first hour
on topic, and then and we could call it no telling. Seriously, no telling what we're gonna.
No telling, Charlie.
See, Chris Nealon says, I really miss Charles' live project shows. Don't need a subject. I love Charles. I want to give him all my money. Here's my PIN number. Sorry, I read too much of that. No, I love doing the live shows. But seriously, would anybody, I know there's not like 80 people watching, but would anybody out there be interested in a show that has no topic, that's strictly humor? Maybe not on this channel because, I need subscribers. And Chris Nealon says no. I don't know if that was.
It's not like you don't need subscribers. It's not like you only got 3,000.
No, I have about 6,000, I think.
Yeah, I know.
I'm confused.
I have 3.
I have 3.
I have 127.
Okay, I don't know who's answering what in the chat, so y'all help me out here. Chris Nealon says no. I hope that was before I asked my question. After Cheers says no talent, call it no telling. I do think no telling would be funny or something along those lines. Yes, definitely, Brian. I think that was a support. Oh, I know what Jamie's talking about now on the subs. What the hell's going on with my computer? The no was premature. Got excited. Chris Nealon is premature speculating. See what I did there? That's funny. Speculation. Premature speculation. Oh, that's another title.
No, that's not.
No. Come on.
Quit getting me banned, dude.
No, premature speculation. That would be funny as heck.
Premature speculation. Very nice.
You don't think that's funny, Jamie? Premature speculation?
Mm-hmm.
Well, fine. Lee, why don't we see more videos on the PS Wood Scroll Saw compared to all the others? Yeah.
There's a reason for that. The PS Wood machine scroll saw is a very nice saw. The problem is they're having trouble getting parts for them at the moment. So they're not sure they're going to continue selling them. So there's a lot of... That's why I'm not promoting it a lot for you guys, like I was before. Because while they're still selling them, they're kind of trying to get away from them, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it's kind of they're going to sell like what they have, and then they might not sell them anymore. They might still sell them in the future, and they might not. But they're kind of at the point now where they're taking a look at that and deciding what they want to do.
Okay.
That's why I'm not promoting the saw itself as much as I was before. But it's still a very nice saw, and you guys can go to their website and check it out.
Dave Hart says topic of the day to talk about would be cool. Doesn't have to be the same always. That's our same thing, and I agree with that. That's why I don't know if this community would be interested, but people that have a sense of humor. If you don't have a specific topic, then you can cover all kinds of topics and get all kinds of audiences in there if they have a sense of humor. Because I cannot be mature that long. Maybe I can. Maybe.
No.
And kiss it. Jim Rashear says speculations. Brian Brad says, I hope I'm not making anyone mad. If so, I honestly apologize. Brian, if anybody in this thing is mad, they're not mad at you. Anyway, yeah. Now, Jamie and whoever else, I think we need to look into that. A separate channel, of course, because we don't want to lose subscribers based on our making and scrolling and woodworking. But I think a random podcast of just, we pick a topic, talk on it, and just be ourselves. You know what I mean?
I actually have a separate channel that I have called Out and About with Lee, which is I go around to like museums and stuff and YouTube it.
Cool. Now, Jamie, you don't sound enthused at all. I'm gung ho. Of course, I'm interested in the one you've been talking about.
So I'm just looking up something. That's it. That's
Okay,
all.
we have at least one person that would join. Brian Bradburn. Brian Bradburn. That's hard to say when you're sober.
Oh, I would join. I would have fun.
No, yeah, we need to consider that. I just wouldn't want to do it unless I had other people and could be, we'd have to figure out premises. I don't know crap about podcasting. I just know you got to record stuff and edit it, and I'm not good at either one of them. By God.
The thing that I used to use is called Marcora Network.
There's Audacity too, but I don't know how to edit real well. I don't learn programs, but I got the nifty radio-looking microphone. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, you're ready to go. This is Charles Daring coming to you on blah, 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 blah. Yeah, here we go. Charles Daring on something speculation. Premature speculation. Coming to you.
That might, I'm telling you, that's pretty funny.
Premature speculation after dark.
If it ain't dark, close your eyes.
This is Late Night with Charles Daring on Premature Speculation.
This is Charles Daring. Close your eyes and I'll look better.
You need to get the NPR voice where it's like, puts you to sleep. Oh, this is NPR.
I don't listen to NPR, so I don't know what they sound like.
Oh my God, you can
I'm
put
gonna
go
have
to
to go
sleep.
to bed anyway.
You go to sleep with that.
I've got speakers. I've got to go to bed because I've got to be up early. I wasn't going to be doing tonight, but I changed my mind at the last minute.
Okay, I'm confused. What are you saying? Are you leaving or staying?
Yes, I've got to go to bed.
All right. So sorry, sir.
I wasn't going to do tonight's show, but yeah.
Can you at least message me what you were talking about, or any particulars that I would like to know before you go to bed, sir?
Yeah, I need to talk to Julian first because I don't know myself what's really going on at the moment.
Or we could all three talk together if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's all
Good seeing you, Jamie.
All right. Take it easy.
Be good.
Bye-bye.
Chris Nealon says, I used to love Charles's marathon project. I did that Harley Quinn. That was like a 7-something hour live feed. Holy monkey. I spent that long because people were watching. I think Jeff Robinson, Chris Nealon, and one other person were checking in and out during the day, and they had to recharge 3 different devices because they were trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, and I was hanging out with you on a few of them.
Oh, that's true. And Dave Hart says the conversation sounds like when I put a band together when I was drunk one night. I want to be the drummer. I remember that.
Hey, Wes, can you blink? Because it's freaking me out again.
I promise I am.
Blink, Coach. Brian Bird says Brian Bedburn. Brian, you need to change your name. I can't say it right.
Just call him Brian.
Blink, Coach.
The biggest word butcherer is Russ Clarity. God love him, but he tries to say names and stuff, and he just butchers the hell out of it.
That's two, Charles. That's two.
Two what? Dirty word?
That name does not belong on my show.
What are you talking? Oh, that. We'll
Yeah,
just say
that one.
Lee Knighton is not a fan. I'm not gonna bad talk, but I used to be very close to Russ, but things changed, and I can't control it. By God,
He did it to himself.
where are lovely show? No, I mean I wish him luck and everything. I just can't bring back the past. Get where our lovely show because it's unscripted. Not sure what he's trying to say. He might be thinking he likes shows that aren't scripted. And Chris Nealon saying get past it. Brian Bradburn says just call me dummy. I answer that a lot. God love you, by God. Okay, so I'm looking around here. So Wes Balko, for those of y'all that don't know him, he starts every stream with a hello everybody.
Hello, everybody.
I generally just say howdy. What the hell possessed you to watch my show? Hee doggy.
And I just usually say, yeah, hello and welcome to Scroller's Chat.
Oh, Jeff is saying he loves your show, Lee, because it's unscripted.
That's the fun part.
Yay! Yeah, scripts. I don't like scripts because you have to make it look like you're not reading, or you have to have it memorized. Feel the love, says Chris Nealon.
I can say the few shows I've tried to do that I did sit down and take the time to script did not stay to the script.
Yeah. When I try to make an actual video for YouTube that's not a live thing, then it's a hoot because I'm editing out all kinds of cussing and ums and ahs.
See, I'll write down like topics I want to touch on. Like if I want to talk about something or I want to ask somebody a question that's on, then I'll write something down. But otherwise, it's not scripted at all.
Yeah, I'll definitely make back when I had a show, I would make notes so I had questions and I didn't just dry up. But then if the questions got answered quickly, I'd have to dream up more. So I mean,
the thing is, I think if with my shows, the thing I try to do is, while I don't put topics, the reason I don't put a topic is because
it won't stay on topic.
Right, one, it won't stay on topic, and two, it's probably easier if I put like this person's on the panel, come ask them questions, because then at least people will come in to say, oh yeah, they're on the panel. I'll just talk to them.
Even the description of your show does not say anything about Charles Darren being on your panel, and I said I would. I didn't say I'd be on time.
Until I
said okie dokie. I just wasn't on time. But
it should say something about something. I thought I put something about
it. Says, join us for Scroll Saw Fun tonight. Wesley Balko and Steve Good will be on the panel, and you never know who else might show up. We will also be taking questions from the YouTube chat audience and talking everything scrolling. You might want to change that part of it. Talk about everything, pretty much. If you've got children, cover their ears. Move them to your grandma because Charlie.
That you never know who else will show up. That would be you. I just didn't know you were coming for sure.
I appreciate that. I've never been referred to as never know who else.
I've always referred to you as never know if he's going to show up.
Hey, my thing is if we have an open panel spot, anybody can come in that wants to come in.
Yeah. It's just bad when most of your viewers are the people on the panel.
I was supposed to leave 2 hours ago, but it actually worked out. I had plenty of time just sitting here tonight.
I never do what I'm supposed to do, by golly.
Wow. And Chris, let's just touch on that real quick and get off it. Chris, I am past it. I tried to apologize to him, and he actually ruined it and made it worse. So that's why.
Out of respect for him and the community is why I haven't gone into what's going on with me.
I apologized to him and tried to be the bigger person, and he threw it right back in my face.
Oh, yeah. So there's that.
So I'm moving past it, dude. I am, but that's why.
My thing is I don't like, regardless of what goes on behind the scenes, I don't like to bring it to the community because it looks dramatic. Anyway, Brian Bradburn, or feel the blah, 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 blah. Brian Bradburn says, I really appreciate each of y'all. I wouldn't be where I am scrolling if it wasn't for you guys. You guys help. I know I aggravate Coach all the time. Coach is Wesley Balko, by the way. His nickname is Coach. But he's always there to help. Really appreciate it. Brian, you are a loyal, dedicated friend and supporter of Wes, and I see that in everything he posts. You're at least
Oh, yeah.
one of the first people
Oh,
to
yeah.
like it. We all have good days and bad days. Try to heal, Chris. Agreed. Life is too short, by God. Sometimes I'll try to mend a friendship, even if I wasn't the source of the problem. But every disagreement has two sides, and by God, stuff happens. You can't make people do stuff. Keep trying. Okay.
I'll touch on that since Brian's with us now. He wasn't earlier when I mentioned him, and one of these days I'm going to get out to that Georgia show, and actually, if I don't, eventually I'm just going to take a road trip and drive down to Brian's house just so I can knock on his door and meet him in person.
And he's not opposed to road trips. He drove to my house 4.5 hours away within like 30 seconds of me bringing it up. Also, we could get Tommy Mater that scroll saw, by God.
I was almost down to the show in Atlanta. I was going to go down.
And be a Democrat? Excuse me?
Nope. Sorry.
Chris, please tell me you joking, baby. I know we ain't supposed to get all political and stuff, but Chris, please tell me you joking, okay?
Yeah, Chris, you might get banned from the chat for that.
Yeah. Merca.
Trump.
I did not have scrolling relations with that girl. No
I like
joke.
the one with Robin Williams where I think it's called Man of the Year. He's like, I did have an inappropriate relationship with her. I mean, look at her. Come on.
Come on. Chris Miller says, no joke, but I love you. So, by God, be yourself. We all have to agree to disagree.
That's what makes our country great.
Well, depends on who you talk to, but I agree. Thank you very much.
Great Clinton impression, by the way.
Thank you. I don't know what to say, so I can't do anymore.
I was at the archives in Washington one time.
If I do it too long, I might disappear. Y'all make sure I don't shoot myself in the head 3 times, okay? Come on now.
I was at the National Archives when I went to Washington, and they had this little thing on like Bush and how he hated broccoli. So like the one day they play a prank on him, they all ordered like all the broccoli that they could get their hands on and like shipped it to the White House just to make them have to like see broccoli everywhere. Because he had a speech where he said, "I do not like broccoli." And after that, everyone sent him broccoli as a joke.
I got a lot of broccoli with the cheese. I started sounding like Matthew McConaughey trying to do Clinton. All right. Let's all take our shirts off and go. I don't know what to say. All right.
Every one of my movies, I live with my mama, and I can't get out of her house.
I drive a Lincoln. My name's Matthew McConaughey.
Lincoln? What the hell were we thinking? You ever see South Park where they make fun of McConaughey?
No.
There's a South Park where they make fun of him, and he's got 2 people in the back of the Lincoln all tied up in the trunk. He like goes and murders them, and he's like, Lincoln, what the hell were we thinking?
With me trying to imitate Matthew McConaughey, sometimes it's a hit and miss. I don't know if I hit it or not, but I was doing Clinton, not doing Clinton. No way. I did not. I started trying Clinton, and then I went right into Matthew McConaughey. That's funny.
Actually, no, it wasn't South Park. It was Family Guy, the Christmas one. They make fun of Matthew McConaughey in that one. It's so funny. The Lincoln commercials. Yes, in our Family Guy. Well, I can't talk tonight. They make fun of that, and they make him look like a murderer in the Lincoln commercials. Pretty good.
I drive a Lincoln because I can afford it and you can't.
Actually, he's like, jingle bells, jingle bells,
that
jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to drive in my Lincoln MKC.
A lot of people can do Christopher Walken. I can't. I've never really tried, but Christopher Walken needs more cow. But I can't do him. So yeah, I tried to do Matthew McConaughey and messed that up again. Okay, so you never know what you're gonna get here. I'd like a driving Lincoln MKZ hybrid, a great Democrat car. Good Lord, Steve, not Steve.
You
Get her done. Get her done anyway. Fun. All right, now, Chris, we can't all be perfect. All right, Merca.
I drive a Lincoln MKZ hybrid. A great.
I drive a Dodge Ram. Another person I wish I could do an impression of is Sam Elliott.
I'm drive the most American car of all. Toyota.
Toyota my butt.
Sam
Yeah.
Elliott's just got a sexy voice. That's all I
It's
can
actually a
say.
Canadian car.
I know it's American. I'm just messing with you, Chris. Shoot. No, in Canadian they drive cars. Hey,
No,
you want to ride in my car?
My Toyota was actually made in Canada. It's a Canuck.
Oh.
Canadian.
All right, folks. If y'all want a topic, you just stream on. By God, Charlie comes on. It's all kinds of records.
What
Oh,
he
yeah.
said? Hey, it's American.
Yeah.
What's Toyota? No, Toyota's not American.
No, he might be talking about the Lincoln or one of the things I said, or making fun of him for being a Democrat. I don't know. I posted on Facebook today, and Hemi Dodge Ram. I drive just a normal Dodge Ram 2500 4x4. By God.
My God.
It's a 2012, but it looks pretty good. My internet is crap, says Brian, and it's starting to storm. So if I disappear, that's the reason, because I wouldn't miss this for nothing. Thank you, Brian. Even though it's not my show, we appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
We always derail the show when we get on his panel. You know, he just sits back and watches us be idiots. What is everyone working on? We'll get to that in just a second, Jeff. Jim Bashir says, "Night guys, look like the pump is losing the battle. Very sorry, Jim. I hope it improves. Love you, buddy." Dave Hart says, "Dang," in reference to that. What is everybody working on? I'll pretend we're back on topic.
Bye, Jim. Thanks for being on.
Good night, Jim. Coach has
Good night, everybody.
Brian says Coach has disappeared.
No, he's back.
I'm back. I had to get
He just
another
needed a
round.
drink.
Had to get another round. That's why I get a bigger round to begin with. No, don't
He
go there.
needed another Pepsi.
Oh, I sure did.
I drank some little bitty drank. By God. So what is there?
Pepsi Cola.
We might as well randomly talk about
Got
scrolling.
the right one, baby.
Now we can go to that off the topic after dark thing.
Yeah, if it is scrollers chat, so we might as well answer Jeff's question. What is everybody working on? I am working on, besides patterns, I'm working on the horse reflection thing. I've been posting it on Facebook, but between sanding horns and working on patterns and life in general, I'm slow to do it, but I will get it out, by God. And I am going to have a YouTube video on that. Tell you what. And
Wife has passed out. Who wants a drink?
Hell, I'm the reason my wife does drink. Wes knows. He's met my wife.
Your wife is a sweetheart.
She's pretty.
She's party.
Sorry, guys. I'm off the market. Sorry.
I used to have a pretty little sweetheart, but I made her upset. And then I made another one upset.
You made
You're
another?
kind of. It's funny. He just kind of sounded like Forrest Gump right there, and he's like, "I hired a pretty."
I was trying.
I don't think he meant to do it, but he sounded like Forrest.
I was. Yeah, Mama never called me bright. Yep, upset one. She left. Got me a new one. Upset her.
Did I know about the new one?
Oh yeah. No, not a new one, but the one you. I've learned, Charles, that I'm better off just staying in the room over here with my scroll saw. I don't normally upset her.
Just give her space, right?
I've probably spent more time with my saws than I did my women, so you know.
Well,
if she ever says you're right after an argument, just move out and run.
No. You see, this is my house.
No, if you tell a woman you're right, dear, your marriage will last longer.
Oh.
Yeah, but if she says that after an argument, run.
Well, you got to run further if she says it's okay.
Well, one of us was doing something wrong because nobody ever said those words. Nope. It's just, you find you a good one and they just want all your attention. And when you're a scroll sawer, my best advice to any married man: give your woman more attention than you do your saws if you want to keep her happy.
I respectfully disagree because if you got a good enough marriage, my wife's a video gamer and I'm a shop guy, so we spend a lot of time apart, but it makes you appreciate each other together. 9 times out of 10, it's insecurity or age or lack of maturity, this and that. I mean, I'm one to talk with the lack of maturity. I call it a sense of humor, though, because I think somewhere in there I got maturity. I got maturity when it's needed. Yeah, Brian Bradburn's like me. He says, my wife makes me go scroll, and scrolling ain't easy, says Dave Hart.
No, I will agree with that too. If you've both got hobbies that each of you enjoy, but you don't really enjoy together, that I will say that's a healthy
Doing
separation.
hobbies together, I can see being a benefit,
Yeah.
but it either. Yeah, it's weird. I think I just caught my wife at a time in her life when she was desperate, and it worked out for me.
But if she tells you you spend too much time in the shop, just listen to her.
It's so much less of a headache.
Don't go the opposite way and say I don't spend enough time in my shop.
Jeff said he was drunk on A&W root beer. That's good stuff.
I'm getting there.
I will scroll again someday when my wife lets me.
There you go, Lee.
Well, Lee,
Take my advice.
Lee, you've been engaged for a while to Lindsay, right?
Yep.
I met my wife April. No, that's when we got married. I met my wife, and within 2 months we were married. And as close as I've ever come to being love at first sight. But within 2 days, I knew I loved her. I don't know why. I couldn't explain it. And we almost never disagree. Well, we disagree, but we're not buttholes about it. We don't fight. And it's such the best thing that ever happened to me. Anyway, everybody needs their space, in my opinion. God truly blessed me with my wife, Brian Badburn says. Chris Nealon says, married 35 years. Congratulations, sir. And Dave Hart says, I got 99 problems and scroll saw ain't one of them. By God.
That needs to be on a t-shirt, I think. I got 99 problems, but scrolling ain't.
I'm still in it. Chris Nealon says, I will scroll again someday when my wife lets me.
I always like that. If at first you don't succeed, scroll again.
I can play on that and say, just get rid of the wife and go scroll. That's what I did, dadgummit.
By the way, if anybody gives a poop, I have shirts and caps on my site that says scroll on. Just saying.
Scroll on.
On a serious note, though, guys, it's been a 2-year journey. I do joke about it a lot, but at the same time, I do take it serious.
What? Take what serious? Women?
The whole relationship. Joking about it now. Just get rid of the wife and go scroll saw. On a serious note, I would not say that to my worst enemy.
Yeah.
But I do. You come to a point where you either joke about the stupid that you done in your past, or you just drive yourself absolutely crazy thinking about it. So.
Yep. Well, I mean, I seem really strange, so I shouldn't be giving relationship advice. But be yourself. Communication. Admit when you're wrong. Meet in the middle. It's never one person.
Brian told Chris to start washing dishes because he brought the 3 horsepower sauce stuff.
That's it. You got to learn a healthy split, and you got to learn how to prioritize. And for the longest time, I put my scroll saw and my taxidermy and everything else as more important priority. And it cost me a very good marriage of just shy of 10 years and 2 beautiful children. But like going back to the last 2 years where I've built myself back up in the Scroll Saw community, I've gone above and beyond what I spent 10 years chasing while I was married, and did not accomplish where I wanted to be in that time, and pretty much just pushed my family out the door, so to speak. And we have become what she calls a better team now that we're away from each other.
Yeah. Well,
Which I it's because I finally seen and learned how to prioritize what is important to me. So we are working a lot better with each other for the kids. It's not about me and her now. We don't have it, and her words exactly were, we have nothing else to fight about anymore, and we don't. It's like we share the kids. That's it. Let's make the most of this for them. So when they're with me, I don't go play in the shop anymore. I spend time with them. If they want to go with me out in the shop and work on something, you bet. I love playing with that saw with them.
I know
letting them run it.
I know being mature and staying on topic is not my norm, but for anybody that can last through 3+ hours, however long we've been streaming, or Lee's been streaming, 3.5 hours. Holy hell! Scroll Saw is a good tool to bond with your kid on because it's such a
yeah. And it was one of those. They came to me and said, "Dad, can you show us how to work this thing? We want to try it." And that was, to me, that was awesome. It wasn't me trying to push it on them and give them something to do. It was them coming to me. They wanted to learn it. They saw what it was doing for me, and they enjoy the heck out of it. Now my daughter enjoys it more than my son, which his attention span was a lot like mine at his age, and it's like, ooh, airplane. And he gets distracted real easy, and he's done with it. But she'll sit in there for 2 hours playing with something if I give her a pattern that she thinks she can cut.
Yeah, the attention span of some ages doesn't stick with. Like my daughter's 21 now, and we've been talking about it, but she lives 2 hours away. I'm broke, so I can't go get her. But we're talking about, I want to teach her so she has something to do. But when she was younger, she didn't stay real interested. Anyway, Chris Nealon says healing is good. So Charles, outside of politics, let's talk about tobacco. I'm an undertaker. Now I'm about to be lectured for smoking. That must be why he's talking about it, unless talking about the fact that I collect skulls. I don't know. I'm not real sure why he brought up that I'm an undertaker. I did not know you were an undertaker, or if I did, I forgot. Well, no, since he talked about tobacco, it's because I'm a smoker. Well, then I'll see you after a while, Mr. Nealon. Okay.
Smoke another.
You should quit, though, Charles. He's right. It's bad.
It's bad, but I don't drink, so there's that. Not that makes smoking any better. I don't do well on road trips, Chris, but I'm sadly being dead serious. Not that I don't want to meet anybody. It's just you got to come to me, and you don't want to be in my shop because it smells like an ashtray.
If you ever saw a smoker's lung compared to a drinker's lung.
Well, drinker's lung could end up on the road. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a preacher when it comes to drinking. It's a choice I've made for myself. I'm laughing because I said I want to appear normal, but I'm not normal by any means. But
you ever
see
a smoker's lung? That'll teach you not to smoke. That thing was nasty. Was that Kosai when I was little? Wanted to look at that thing, and they never want to smoke again.
All right, so real quick shout out. Hello, Vicky. Put some clothes.
Who's Vicky?
I can't discuss her. Hello, Vicky. Put your clothes on, or if not, by God, come on now.
Who's Vicky?
Yep, and I was challenged to do that, and it was very easy because I'm Charles Darrenwire.
I don't see any Vickies.
There's one watching. That's all I know.
Okay.
Somebody just said, I dare you say hi to her, so I did.
There's 6 watching now. So maybe one is Vicky.
Yeah, well, it could be some of that was already watching. It has a device that both people are watching on.
Go on the limb and say Vicky belongs to the one that asked you to say hi.
But only once. Okay. Road trip. I've completely run out of topics, guys.
Well, it's only been 3.5 hours. Yep, Steve Good's in the chat. We can't leave.
Oh, Steve's still in. Steve's in the chat. Oh boy. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, he may have just got done doing his blog project. Just tell him to come back on and watch it go back. Dave Hart says he's watching on 5 devices. Now, if he's watching, you didn't have to say hi, Steve, in the chat. He can hear you.
Oh, Dave's watching on 5 devices. That would be why we have 6 people. All right.
I can barely handle watching it on 1 device.
That can't work because we have 3 of those, so you could only watch it on 3 devices. Because we're taking up 3 of them.
3.5 hours.
We went and had dinner, and you're still talking. That's funny.
Yeah, talking is what I do best. I don't know if I make a lot of sense when I do it, but I love talking.
Charles is like, yes, sir, come back home. Yeah.
I don't get out much, so I need friends.
I wonder if YouTube will be like, you're too long of a pod or of a cast now. I'm going to shut you off.
I did a live stream that was, I think, just under 8 hours, and it's still on my channel if you got the patience. I was working on Harley Quinn.
Oh yeah, that's a cool project.
Yeah, and I can do with my webcam. I can do live feed stuff, but I don't have much room in my shop without getting my computer all dusty. That's why I don't keep doing that. But
you didn't? Did you lose like that one in the fire or what?
No, luckily my shop is a separate entity from my house, so it's catty corner behind my house. Thank God I didn't lose anything. Well, I lost some Scroll Saw related stuff, but not any saws or tools or anything, unless they were in the house.
Oops, Steve's back now.
Thank you, Chris.
Add him to the panel here.
Hey.
You guys don't give up easy, do you?
Oh, you get him in your headphones.
Now we need to stop talking about him.
You had
Hang on a second. My wife's yelling at me.
Okay. He had time to get headphones on to avoid the echo, and he didn't do it. Now, Steve, you got to run headphones.
Yeah, did my echo come back?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'll get off here and let you guys talk.
That's fine.
You know dang well you're welcome here, mister.
Yeah, I hate to mess it up, though.
You ain't going to mess it up. I'm messing it up. 3 hours.
Like we said before, we love Steve, so we love his echo.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's worse problems I have.
This thing has never echoed before. I don't know what the difference is. I've messed something up.
You could be like me and click, 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 click to annoy them.
Actually, the last time you talked, you didn't echo, Steve, that I'm aware of. Right after I said that, it echoed.
And I can hear you talking just clear. There's no echo when you talk.
And next time I'll bring my headphones in here.
Boy, that's better.
Well,
I moved it down closer. Maybe that helped.
Yeah. Me
How's
too.
that? Is that better?
Yeah.
That's how people prefer I do it. No, I can't even think of all the stuff we've talked about, Steve. I mean, it's been so far off topic. I know that's a shock with me being on the panel. I usually keep it right there. But
Well, how long's it been? Over 3 hours?
3 hours, 43 minutes, and 40 seconds.
God, you guys are a bunch of blowhards.
Thank you. That's what she said. Sorry.
And I've blinked 4 times.
And you still got 5 people watching too. There's something wrong with those people.
Well, I think three of them are us.
Oh,
No, 4 of them now.
Jeff
Oh
Robinson,
yeah, because
Chris
I've got mine
Nealon,
connected up here.
Jeff
Yeah, you're
Robinson,
probably
Chris Nealon, and Brian Bradburn, I believe, are the other ones watching.
Yeah. And Brian's like, "You're not Steve."
Jeff said he had Whataburger for dinner. That sounds good.
Is that strictly a Texas thing, Whataburger?
I believe it is.
We don't have them around here.
Yeah, technically it's what a burger, but Southerners call it
Whataburger.
Whataburger.
What a burger!
When we were living in Germany because my dad was in the military, we came back and somebody talked about Whataburger, and I said, "Who the hell would call it Waterburger? Like, do they have soggy burgers or what? Soggy burgers. That's hard to say. Soggy burgers. Sorry.
One day, if I'm ever out in California, I gotta stop and get an In-N-Out burger because people.
Yeah,
tell me-
everybody talks about those.
I've never had one.
I have neither.
It's
If
kinda
you
like
ever look
Texas
at
Roadhouse.
if you ever look at the pictures of them on TV, the restaurants look kind of bad. At least the ones I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like rallies. They're not really that nice.
Yeah.
I was telling them, Steve, that it's the people that just enjoy the camaraderie and the fun we have is why some people stay in that chat during these long drug out off topic crap. Now
Either that or they fell asleep.
that or their lives are very poor and they have to
They fell asleep and just came back on to see.
Yeah.
or they go out to eat and they come back. These idiots are still talking.
It's hard to get very many people to show up to these streams. They just,
I politely disagree. I mean, if it depends on the show, the format, the topic, and I know you know all this, Steve. I'm just opinionating out loud. I think that's the word, opining. Yeah,
pining.
not opinionating. Well, I didn't know opining was a word until Rush Limbaugh used it.
That's a word.
Rush, yep. Oh, it makes me sound all educated. I forgot what my point was because I derailed.
Cheez-Its.
Talking about how many people show up.
Oh yeah. If it's a topic you don't see all the time or a guest you don't see all the time, and I'm gonna sound like a fanboy again, Steve, but you don't show up on everybody's live stream, everybody's Squirrel Saw related show all the time. So when you come on, it's kind of a treat for people. I don't know why I did it in quotes, but
I do.
I showed up too much, and so that might be why the streams don't have as many people. But I was telling them earlier, I miss doing a show, but it's hard to keep having a topic.
Yeah,
One thing I admire about who is I'm only saying it because it's Lee. It's an inside joke. He can talk about sandpaper for an hour or glue. Mister, you know who I'm talking about. I don't know how he does it, but he can talk about a subject and keep it on topic for the whole show. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as they say, I've got a face for radio, so
I was saying the same thing about me.
I just stick with what I do.
I'm too ugly for radio.
I'm officially all hopped up on Mountain Dew.
So Wes is representing Pepsi and Mountain Dew. Me, Dr. Pepper. What do you got, Steve? Water.
Water.
Oh, Coca-Cola.
Coke.
It's all covered, baby.
Diet Coke.
You
My
don't want
doctor the other day, my doctor asked me how many of these things I drank, and I said, well, I go through about 8 of these small bottles a day. He about had a stroke.
Well, see,
I said, how are you still alive?
I don't go through 8 of them. I can go through 1 of these or 1.5 on a hot day, but I drink
Yeah.
out of this. That's why I literally have a callus on my finger from years of doing this. It's so sad. I'm surprised I've never had a kidney stone.
I'm addicted to these things. I can't stop drinking them.
I'm addicted too. People always, if you ever see pictures of me and you don't see a Dr. Pepper, a pack of cigarettes, and a bottle of Rolaids near me, then it ain't me.
Yeah.
I
I've
can't
got
cut
to
a
the
straight
point now
line
where
without it.
it's not even the drink that I want, it's the burn. I want that burn.
I think for me it's just the taste, or I don't know. I don't know what it is. Same with the smoking. I know it ain't good for me. I know I could survive health-wise and financially better if I didn't smoke, but I hate to use the word enjoy when I say smoking, but I don't know why I smoke. I don't think it's strictly addiction because I don't know. I'm not.
There's a lot of people enjoy smoking.
Yeah. Some people enjoy vaping. I couldn't get into vaping. I tried and yeah.
My mom smoked 2 packs a day from the time she was 13 years old until she died. And when she was probably 75, maybe a little bit older than that, and really much older than her age, I went to a doctor's appointment with her, and the doctor tried to get her to quit smoking. And it's like she smoked 2 packs a day since she was 13 years old. She's 75 years old. She's not going to quit. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, just not going to happen.
I know I should. I'm not against that. Or I'm not saying, hey, smoking is good for you. I'm trying to catch up on the YouTube chat. Steve Good, Pennsylvania is the seats. I don't know what that means. Or PA. Pack the seats. Pack the seats. He corrected himself. Dave Hart says, I drink 44-ounce Diet Cokes a day. Brian Badburn says, Steve, thanks for all the patterns and time you put into scrolling. I wake up waiting for your emails. You're very much appreciated, sir. You probably
Thank you,
never hear
Brian.
that, do you, Steve?
It's nice. It's always nice to hear. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Every day, somebody, at least one person will make it worth your time. And I know you, I've known you long enough. If you can get one person into the hobby or answer or help one person.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, Jeff Robinson says In-N-Out Burger now, not too bad. We have 2 in our area. I've never been to one. Chris Neal says, I have to say, smoking keeps me in business. He's an undertaker. I just learned that. And on a sadder note, he lost his sister and father from lung cancer. My dad has stage squamous cell carcinoma. They gave him 9 months to a year, and it's been 4 years. So, by golly. But let's talk scrolling, says Chris. And I know he's not trying to dog anybody, but so yeah, there we go.
Hey, if you guys like sparkling water, you should try this bubbly stuff because it's basically like a watered down version of Mountain Dew.
Bubble sparkling water, is that what it's called?
It has 0 sugar, and you can drink it, and it's fools you, makes you think it's pop because it's carbonated.
It's only pop if you're up north. It's soda down here.
You still get that burn.
Yeah.
Like it's carbonated. So you still
And I
get
want
that
to clear
burn.
something up. Down south, we don't say everything is a Coke. No, we call it soda, or we call it by name. I say I need a Dr. Pepper. I don't say I need a Coke or I need a soda water.
Yeah.
Less than I'm trying to be funny.
But basically, it's like if you left a bunch of ice in your lime soda, that's what it tastes like. But
Nice.
there's that one. There's the lime one, the grapefruit one, and I think there's a black cherry.
My wife made the switch. She went to drinking 100% water. She's done fine with it. She puts the flavoring in it, the no sugar flavoring.
Yeah.
But she doesn't drink anything. Well, every once in a while when we're out, she'll have a glass of tea. But she gave up on all soft drinks.
It tricks your brain into thinking that it's a soft drink.
Well, what's funny is I tried to go on a health kick once, and I was drinking Gatorade. I said, okay, gives you nutrients and this and that.
Too much salt, though.
Well, I never learned that, but I was getting to where I was nauseous every day. I investigated. I actually had what they called vitamin poisoning. You can drink too much Gatorade.
Right.
Yeah.
Because when I drink or eat or when I like something, I do it in excess. Sadly, Dr. Pepper is a reason for my belly. I don't even eat that much. I'm all belly because I'm all Dr. Pepper, baby. Dr. Pepper, I would like to be sponsored.
Gatorade is actually to make you stop sweating.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to replace the things that sweating takes out. The
Electrolytes.
Yeah, I almost said electronics.
Electronic light.
It replaces your electronics.
And that's why when people get really sick with a stomach flu, they give them Gatorade.
Yeah, or if you're dehydrated, yeah. And now, so I thought, it's healthy. So I actually replaced Dr. Pepper with it, and then I got what they call vitamin poisoning. So now I'm afraid to try anything else.
Too much salt, though, man.
But it's possible, yeah.
Surprised you don't have acid reflux from the salt.
That's why.
Yeah, see. But,
It's a big bottle, Charles.
if you stop drinking all that Dr. Pepper in the first
Exactly.
place.
Now, my mom wondered why I never had kidney stones, and it sounds like I'm being funny, but I think this and the Dr. Pepper cancel each other out. So I think that's why I don't have kidney stones. Because isn't kidney stones calcium buildup deposit things?
Don't
you reckon that, Steve? You've had kidney stones.
Dr. Charles in the house.
I'm the doctor people don't want to call, but I really do think. I mean, I get heartburn, but that's the extent of it. I think these might be why I've never had a kidney stone. I'm not promoting hey overdose on antacid.
Do you drink a lot of beer?
I never drink. I haven't
Really?
touched alcohol since I was 15.
Brian
People
says,
would-
"Blink, coach, blink."
And I know you
I
wouldn't
am.
believe
I
that,
am.
Steve. I make people think they're drunk and they stop drinking.
Chris says, "I only drink water, no soda, not counting booze." Well, there you go. Whiskey and good
Whiskey
moderation.
is good in moderation. My wife's a wine drinker, but she's not a wino. But I have to keep.
I stopped drinking I stopped drinking, period.
Chris Nealon wants to know: have you ever sawed a kidney stone? I
Can't
bet
say I've
Steve,
ever done that.
Steve Good can make
Yeah,
you
let me
agree.
rip it out and put it on the saw.
Now,
What
Steve Good,
Steve Good? I'll rip mine out, and then I'll put it on the saw, and I'll see what Steve Good pattern I can cut on it.
well, Steve, that'd have to be a big old stone, and you wouldn't live through it to scroll on it. But
I don't know if you guys saw the poster, remembered it, but I did one. I guess it was April Fool's last year or the year before, where I scrolled a dragon into a grain of rice.
yeah,
I still get email from people wanting me to send them that pattern.
I almost fell for it. I said, "Wait a minute."
Oh,
I wish
man.
you lived closer, Steve. I mean, I know you'd probably get sick of me, but I wish you lived closer.
Yeah, it would be fun if we could all get together all the time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, you know those wedding table numbers you made?
Yeah.
Could you make some that are like what's the word I'm looking for?
You're on a 10-year waiting list, Lee.
The
Request.
I'm trying to think. Like Great Gatsby, so like Art Deco.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the Art Deco is an easy style because you just almost do anything gaudy and it comes out Art Deco. So
Yeah, it's like Andy Warhol or
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I have to send you like the image I found, and you can look at it.
Steve, I don't want to go too much into detail because I don't know what's private, but you said you actually get a lot of I'll call it hate mail.
oh yeah.
Why? I mean, is that something you could talk about?
It sounds worse than it is because I get 9,000 good emails for every one bad one.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just that those ones that get real nasty are the ones you tend to remember. You know,
That's so strange that somebody
Yeah.
would take the time out of their day to do that. I don't understand that.
well, I mean, people have opinions, you know, and if I post a religious pattern, it's going to get some comments and, you know, and I've made some mistakes over the years. Like, you know, I've posted a pattern of an Indian chief one time. And while the email wasn't hateful, the guy pretty well let me know how inaccurate the pattern was. And I don't know if he was angry, but he was upset. And,
Inaccurate as in it wasn't accurate to Native American
yeah, right. It wasn't culturally
accurate.
yeah.
Now
And,
that
so-
makes sense. That doesn't. I mean, I know you just
Yeah.
said
So
that.
sometimes you get mail that's negative and you learn from it and you go,
Yeah.
oh, okay. Yeah, I get your point.
But you've been around doing it long enough that that's feedback to you. It's not just your hate.
I mean, I haven't had any death threats in a while. They were early on. I would get more of those than I do now. I don't know why that changed. For whatever reason, that hasn't happened much lately.
I know I'm sounding like I'm trying to be funny, but I'm trying to think of what could be so wrong on a scroll sawing blog that somebody would actually send a death threat.
It has nothing to do with what I do as much as it does that there's just people out there that are just not right.
Mental illness.
Yeah.
Did you ever take it seriously? I imagine in the beginning you might have.
Only once did I have to report it because I don't want to go into detail, but it got a little too specific. But the rest of the time, I just blow them off. And every once in a while, just because I'm ornery, I'll mess with them a little bit. You know, I'll get in an email exchange with them, and I'm just trying to get them riled up.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't do that, but there's times when they just piss you off, you know, and you just
I hear you.
you
It's
just
like
feel like you got to do something. But those, again, that's so rare that I get them anymore.
say. I mean, I'm gonna keep this family friendly. But have you ever gotten one of those spam emails somebody trying to say, yeah, I've recorded you at your computer looking at porn, blah, blah, blah.
No, I haven't got one. I actually do a 2 hour a week computer security course, so I'm pretty familiar with all the things that happen. And my computer setup is, I mean, there's no such thing as being 100% protected, but I do pretty much all the right things to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, mine wasn't a virus. It was just a spam email saying,
Yeah.
blah, 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 send me such and such in Bitcoin. And I wrote
Right.
back, I said, just so you know, anybody who knows me, it's no secret. Go ahead.
That's funny.
I probably uploaded it my dang self.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
You want me to give you some good links?
He's gonna be putting them up on his next blog right on the side.
I have a website called Mama Doesn't Know. No,
I got one of those very.
Charles is
similar
now
to that,
sponsored by
Charles.
that.
I just feel sorry for people who do both things like that. And, you know, for somebody with, although the ones doing it probably have a mental problem, for somebody that receives it having a mental problem, it could scare the living crap out of them.
I think sometimes they just do it to get under your skin. They're not serious. You know, they're just trying to get a rise out of you. And then every once in a while you get, like I say, the one that I had to take kind of serious. I think the guy was just, you know, as they say, 3 fries short of a Happy Meal, you know.
Yeah.
So but like I say, I haven't had any of those in a long time. So thank goodness. It's when they start, you know, things like when they want to show up at your house and that kind of stuff, that it's like I have to be pretty careful because I'm all the time talking on the blog about what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you have to be careful not to let people know that you're going to be away from town, you know, and sometimes you can't help that. You know, when I'm promoting that I'm going to a show or something like that, you know, people know you're not going to be there.
Well, you nipped that when you showed the video or talked about video saying you had a camera and you busted a package.
Yeah. That guy's still in prison, by the way.
Because of that or because of a combination of things?
That was actually a felony because he was stealing. It was delivered by the post office.
Yeah.
So including that felony, he had 2 other outstanding warrants for 2 other felonies. And between those 3, he got 3 years. That's what he got.
I have in case anybody's got any ideas of assassinating me, I have 6 cameras on my property. Just saying.
Yeah.
I wave at every one of
I've
them
got cameras
when I'm
all the way around the house. So, yep.
So, I mean, you know, there are, you know, we all know mental illness, sadly, is a thing out there. I know I'm getting all mature, and I'm sorry for that. Mental illness is on both sides, how people perceive things, and look at politics. There's mental disabilities, trust me.
Yeah. Well, I think they say that 1 out of 3 people has a mental disorder.
Yep.
And I am definitely part of the part of that crowd because I get addicted to everything I do. I take everything too far, but
I do too. I'm learning what stuff I need to keep pursuing and what stuff I don't.
yeah.
Sadly, most of the fun hobbies cost money, not all of them.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know if I said this or if I said this earlier. Yeah, because you were here from the beginning, Steve. I was just talking about the fact that I now back to Wooden Visions and selling patterns. And I appreciate anytime you mention me on your blog. That's why I'm bringing it up because.
Okay. I'm happy to do it anytime.
And I appreciate that. I'm publicly thanking you for it, but also because at the time I was just ending things with Bear Woods. So I just wanted the audience to know that I'm no longer there. But
yeah.
And I didn't mean to push that in your face on publicly, but yeah.
Well, I could care less. Everybody thinks I'm in business with Bear Woods, and I don't have any deals with them other than I do a little advertising for them.
Yeah, and that's the thing people need to know about Steve Good. He's not a sponsor whore. Sorry for the language.
I would be if I could, but I'm not.
Yeah. He doesn't just take everybody that comes in. If he doesn't like a product, he won't promote it. He's not.
I just ignore it.
Yeah, the fact that he has free patterns virtually every day. I know you have the statistics on that. He's not money hungry. A lot of us are money needy or like to live, you know, I don't want to say, what's the word? Anyway, Steve is not that.
It has nothing to do with being money hungry or not. You can't make a lot of money doing this. So
exactly.
You can pretend like it if you want, but you can't.
Yeah, and a lot of people think I'm rich because I have a book or 2 out and that I have all these patterns. But not everybody's into my kind of patterns or that amount of detail. And Russ
Yeah.
Clarity told me a long time ago, don't say it, Lee, told me a long time ago that a lot of people like my patterns, but the average person doesn't want to spend that long on a single project. And I know that, but a lot of my entertainment and passion is in designing patterns. Even if they never get cut, it's therapeutic. So that's why I keep doing it.
Well, and you would hate it if you started doing patterns you didn't like.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't enjoy that. So why do it?
Yeah. And I need to do simpler ones for if well, I mean, money is an issue in my life, but it's not because I don't know how to finish that sentence because I'm so good at talking. But it doesn't entertain me to make them. I mean, I do custom patterns for people, but you know, if I could choose, I love detail. But yeah, of course, anybody that knows me knows that. Anyway, how y'all doing? I haven't been keeping up with the chat. Shame on me.
It's not. Oh yeah, he said. Chris Nealon said must be Republicans. Just joking. Then you called him a goober. And then Nancy Rivers said, "Oh my God." And Brian said, "It's sad that people don't. That I don't understand how anyone would be mad over anything you guys do for us scrollers. That's ridiculous."
Oh,
And
and
I think it's just part of human nature. You know,
Chris Nealon.
there's people that you meet the first time you meet them, you like them or you don't like them, and it just depends on how you react to that. You know,
Yeah.
so
And it's just like bullies, you know, the attention you give and blah blah blah. I try to give back, either kill them with kindness kind of thing, or I just, you know, because a lot of YouTube now. I can't speak for Steven, but I imagine the reason why he turns off commenting on his videos is trolling, and I don't remember the other reason you told me. And I'm sorry.
the reason I turn them off is because I use YouTube as a supplement to my blog, and I
Yeah,
could care less about the comments because I'm not trying to make money there.
yeah,
And the money's gotten so bad on YouTube anyway.
yeah,
It's not worth the trouble anyway. But I don't want my readers to go watch one of my videos and have to see an inappropriate comment.
absolutely.
So, you know, if you're trying to make money on YouTube, you've got to leave the comments turned on because you've got to build that community.
Well,
But I don't care about that part of it. So
so for those wondering, that is why his comments are disabled. It's not because he's snobby. It's because his videos. Well, you can go find them on YouTube and learn things, but his blog is where those get embedded. Nine
yeah,
times
it's
out of
for the
10. So,
blog.
yeah, it's supplemental. It's a visual of what he's saying.
And there was a time, if you go back probably 5-6 years ago, something like that, I was making good money on YouTube. But man, it has just gone to pot. It's hard now. You've got to have, if you don't have 250,000 subscribers, you're not going to make much money.
I
But
think
like,
I'm only at 6, but
yeah, 5 years ago during the holiday months, September, October, November, and December, I could easily make 1,000 plus a month just on YouTube.
it takes me a few months just to make 100, but I dropped the ball. When I started, I said, man, I'm going to be YouTube's next big star kind of thing, but life gets in the way and I let it. And that's why I'm slowly but surely putting videos out, but yeah, there's that.
Well, you got to do it for the love of it because I think I've got 12 million views, something like that. And I'm making probably now $160, $170 a month. And that's a good month.
Yeah.
So the money just went to pot.
Yeah,
But I don't do anything right. I mean, I turn off there's all kinds of things when you get a YouTube handler, you know, he calls me and he tells me all these things that I should be doing different. And yeah, they do make a difference. You know, if you ask people to subscribe and ask people to click the thumbs up and ask people to, and you see everybody doing that, and it does help, but
you're not in it for the money.
I get tired of seeing it. It's just,
well, yours really is a supplemental thing. It's strictly a visual. It's not about popularity or money or this and that.
If I was still making, $1,000 a month or $1,500 a month, I would work harder at it. I would try a little harder, but the money's just it's just not enough enough to spend all that time doing it.
For those that don't know how you got so popular, besides you're good at what you do, you're a good teacher, is because the average beginning scroller is looking to learn how to use a scroll saw. You covered that. And because they don't know if they want to spend the money or not, they'll Google free scroll saw patterns. Boom, there's Steve Good. And I could be wrong, but I imagine your name is learned pretty early based on the free patterns, or am I miss?
My, whatever you want to call it, success really comes down to two things. One is I do it every day, and I've done it almost every day for 13 years. So it's just the sheer number of, if you go out looking for something, I've done it more than anybody else, and I'm going to show up.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part of it. There's nobody else that's crazy enough to do what I do every day.
I'm crazy enough. I just don't have enough discipline.
Yeah, I mean, it don't happen. So that's by far the number one factor. And then the thing on top of that is, of course, the patterns are free.
Absolutely.
And if either one of those would change, it would be a totally different story.
But it's also because you don't do 50,000 cuts in them either. They're
Yeah.
I don't want to call them easy because you're better than
No,
that.
that's what they are. I
Basic.
design almost all basic to low level intermediate patterns.
Yeah.
And
Brian,
the harder, the more complicated, I track stats on downloads. The more complicated a pattern is, the less downloads it'll get.
Yeah.
Just almost without fail.
And I know that too, but I cannot, like I've said so many times, I can do a simple pattern. It's not me. Anyway,
Yeah.
Brian Bradburn wants to know how long each of us has been scrolling. I've been scrolling since 1997. Lee?
I've been scrolling since I was 11 years old, and I'm now 32.
I'm Gish Mindy. Wes?
Well, I was scrolling before I had a scroll saw, and that consisted of a jigsaw and a bandsaw or anything I could get a hold of to make a cut on. And I've been doing this probably 16, 17 years.
Nice. My first project was with a jigsaw, and I did a 4-foot tall tiger head out of 1/2-inch plywood. Mr. Steve Good.
Started in 1980. God, that sounds like a long time ago.
I was 10 years old, not to make you feel old.
Yeah.
What
long
got
time
you
ago.
into it?
My younger brother got into it for, I don't even remember how, but he had an old Delta scroll saw, and he started making collapsible baskets and selling them to some of the local craft stores around Southern Indiana. And that kind of, I guess, is what I'd never seen a collapsible basket before. And remember the old cherry tree patterns?
Yep.
Those books that you could get back 100 years ago?
It might be berry basket you're thinking of, but go ahead.
Yeah, berry basket. I'm sorry. And he had a couple of those books, and I saw those, and there were some pretty neat, patterns in there, and that kind of got me intrigued. I don't think I had ever used a scroll saw before then. I might be wrong, but I think that might be the first one I'd ever used was his.
I had
And
actually
then-
never. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
Good night, Chris.
Brian, Chris Nealon had to go. Brian Bradburn says that is awesome. I'm right at 2 years now. Night, Chris. I never even knew what a scroll saw was. I got somehow I ended up with a scroll saw pattern catalog in the mail, and I got to look. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. And boom, from that day on. And for those that don't know, I started designing patterns because I used to be an artist, drawing, and I love detail. And I didn't see enough detail, and I say this every time I talk about it, no disrespect to the designers of the era, but I figured the only way I'm going to get detailed patterns is to make them myself, and the rest is history. Of course, I laugh at my earliest patterns, and you probably do too.
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck?
Charles, do you remember the guy that used to do patterns similar to yours, and he ended up getting in trouble with some copyright issues?
Safino.
Jeff
Yeah.
Safino.
He had some incredible patterns.
Yeah,
He did.
his
I don't-
tigers
I-
were awesome.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of patterns I'll never get to get because the legal trouble, and because of that, the magazines and the catalogs are more picky about what they'll
Oh,
take.
yeah. Yeah, well, they have to be.
Yeah,
I met him at a craft show one time, and he was a super nice guy, and he had all of his work there framed, and it was just outstanding work. It was beautiful. He had put some really nice frames on them, and I thought to myself, man, this guy's really got it going. And then I guess
You
he
ain't
ran
lying.
into trouble. So,
yeah. The
Actually,
guy,
I had the exact opposite when I talked to him.
oh, really? Didn't have a good experience?
I never got to meet him. I think we're still friends. I think he went on from paramedic to photography now. I'm not sure,
Oh,
but
did he?
we weren't close. But we talked now and then. But I never talked to him during that era. Not because I was avoiding him. It was none of my business. But
Yeah.
I forgot what my point was. Basically, if you are going to use a copyrighted photo, get permission from the photographer. If you're working from a drawing or a painting, get permission. It's just I don't know all the copyright laws, and I do Deadpool designs, and I know there's copyright issues. I'm not going to say I don't care. I do it because I love Deadpool. So,
That may or may not have been the show that I first met Steve at. Steve, were you at that show?
Where I saw Jeff was at a craft show here in Lexington, Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Because I'm thinking of the Tri-County Scrollers put on one up in Lebanon.
if
No.
if I could travel, you'd be seeing a lot of me, Steve. And I'm sorry to threaten you with that. That's worse than a death threat.
I wish I could travel more too. I'm hoping my wife's surgery gets her back to the point where we can do more traveling.
Oh, she had ear surgery or something that was giving her constant headaches.
No, she had back. They
Back.
put in one of those neural stimulators. I guess it's been almost a month now since they've done it, but we're hoping that'll get her pain back to where she can travel a little more. So
That was what show did you miss because of that?
that was the one up in Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa.
And, I'm going to go to the one in Wilmington because that's just going to be a couple of days away from home, and we're going to see how she does. And if she does okay on that trip, then we're going to try to do the one over at Klingspor in South Carolina or North Carolina or wherever it is.
Hey,
we missed you in May here too, Steve.
Say what?
So we missed you in May here.
Oh yeah, I would love to have been up there.
I've
I
got-
turned down several shows this year that I would have liked to have gone to, but I didn't want to leave her at home, and I didn't want to, travel with her in pain. It's just, it's not worth it. So
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you when you love somebody and they're in pain and you can't
it's
necessarily
hard
do
for
it.
her.
I've met his wife twice, and she's a sweet woman.
Yeah, I met her too. Very nice.
Yeah, she's a good girl. Good girl. We started dating in 1974.
I was
about
4
that.
years old, Mr. Old Man.
I didn't exist.
I didn't exist.
I was sophomore in high school.
Nice. I total.
I was still like
never go back to school. Ugh.
I was still like 11 years away from existence.
We're not old, are we? Yeah, so there's
Yeah,
that.
it's been a long time.
Now, for those that don't know, I sound like I'm doing a Steve Good ad. He teaches, his channel isn't about teaching Corel Draw, but there's some Corel Draw tutorials, and he recently on
older
his
ones.
blog, he talked about another guy who's somebody Green or something like that.
Doug Green.
Doug Green teaches almost daily. He has Corel Draw.
Yeah, more than daily. He's putting out 2 or 3 videos a day now. He's a madman.
Nice.
But he's mostly involved in the laser community, so he teaches Corel Draw based around what you need to create laser patterns, and he's really talented. He's
y'all
really
talked
good.
about those layered patterns. I want to try that. And another, I want to throw some names out there, not to see if, both to see if you've heard of them and to give them accolades for what I see as up and coming.
So the first one you're going to mention is Alex Fox, right?
Alex Fox did the layered, and I don't want to call these people up and coming. It's just, but you don't see them all over the catalogs and this and that.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
Charles Hand, him and Mike
Yeah.
Williams both do excellent detail, and Alex Fox is doing a lot of the baskets and or he calls them bowls, I believe. I don't remember. They all have their own websites. I can't think of any of them. Charles Hand has one. He's very good.
He posted
Yeah.
something up there on the group yesterday that was like a 3D deer head. It was a 3D version
Is
of
that
Rudolph's
Alex?
head or something like that. Yeah,
No, that was Steve Good did a Rudolph the other day, or Dancer.
not that one.
No, I know the one he's talking about. Let's see.
It's a 3D looking thing.
Yeah.
Like a
Alex
layered.
Fox has been doing a lot of layered ones here lately.
No, this one's layered.
Yeah.
It's like a Rudolph head or something.
I guess I didn't see that one, but yeah,
Pretty cool.
2 people that need more recognition, in my opinion. They probably have it, but I don't keep up with everybody. Is Alex Fox and Charles Hand.
Yeah, I read. By the way, Steve, I was cracking up when I read your thing about about Rudolph and
Oh,
Gets all the
my
attention.
wife gets so upset at me. She goes, "What is wrong with you? There's got to be something wrong with you."
And Wesley Balko, for those that don't know, he does patterns and he does custom patterns. I for a while when I quit doing patterns, I quit doing custom patterns. I'm back to doing custom patterns. But And yeah, there's that. So and primary, what you use is Corel Draw, correct, Steve?
Yeah, I do. Well, 99% Corel Draw. I do have my iPad Pro over here, and if I'm going to do a portrait pattern, I use it because it's so easy. Um, it's really easy because I've got the Apple Pencil. It's just
Yeah,
like
I remember
drawing
you
the
showed
pattern.
me that in Houston.
Yeah, but I don't, as you know, I don't do very many portrait style patterns. But so if I'm going to do a portrait, I usually use that. But other than that, it's all Corel. And even those, I take them out of the iPad and put them into Corel Draw to finish them.
And every show you've ever been on, and probably almost everybody you meet, how the heck do you think of stuff almost every day?
Yeah, that's probably the hardest part. But my to-do list from people that have sent me requests and suggestions, I could live to be 120 and I wouldn't run out of my to-do list. So,
Yeah,
and then I do the same thing everybody else does. There's very few new patterns. There's new uh, new old patterns, I guess, because like if you do a basket, it's all been done before. You're
yeah.
just creating it to make it look a little different. So it's not like there's that many new ideas, and
Yeah.
not ideals, but ideas.
Long story short, folks, I used to get distracted even say ideals.
Ideal.
So 99% of what I do has been done in some form before. So it's not like I'm taking any big creative leap.
Well, this
You know,
might be a unique question for you. What is your favorite design that you've done? Not popularity, but your favorite.
Oh man. That would take some time. Probably my circus train, but I'd have to think about it for a while. The circus train, just because I enjoyed making it, because it was a lot of old memories and stuff, and I kind of created it based on what I saw as a kid and that kind of stuff.
Do you ever scroll just to scroll, or is it all blog based? I got to
Not
get it.
anymore. I can't.
Yeah.
I know this is kind of hard to believe, but I work a good 6 to 8 hours a day on the blog. I mean, it's a full-time job. Working with the different companies that I work with and doing the email, I probably spend anywhere from 2 to 3 hours a day just on email, and then of course it's going to take, that much longer to do a pattern and cut it. And if I cut it, to cut it out, and then keeping the blog. And like right now I'm doing my Christmas ornaments, and that's a good another 2 hours a day. So this time of year, I could probably work 12 hours a day without any problem.
And for those that don't know, Steve Good used to work at Xerox, and he was there for a lot of years, and he had to do that on top of all this. So he was
Yeah, that was a little harder back then.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah, I was stealing time back then somehow. So,
Brian Bradburn's asking or said, Coach Wesley Balko drew a pattern for me of my brother and his new wife. It was awesome and looked identical to them. I couldn't do it justice when I cut it. And Jim Bashir said, "You all still online?" I guess so. You just
Brian did an excellent job, I thought, on that pattern, and knowing that he's not a real experienced scroller, and anybody, that's the first thing I ask him, like, how much detail do you want? How comfortable are you with the saw? So
And
that
Steve-
I know what and how to draw it.
Yeah, I regardless of what somebody's good at or comfortable with, I can't change who I am regarding my designs. I mean, I want to. I'll try to cater to people, but if somebody says, I've had done this on finished projects where somebody will say, "Well, she doesn't like how big her chin is. Can you fix that?" And
Yeah.
in my mind, I'm thinking I'm not a plastic surgeon. I go for what I see, but I have to.
hey, you also want to try to challenge people just a little bit. You don't want to a lot of people will tell you, "Oh, keep it simple," but they're capable of doing more than they think they are. So you can kind of push it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Because what looks, we look at some of this stuff that we're not comfortable doing ourselves, and we think, "Oh, that looks really hard." Once you get into it, scroll sawing is not that hard.
An example would be a zero-turn mower. I just started using one. You're used to a steering wheel.
Yeah, it takes a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, Steve. I know I'm making this like the Steve Good show, unless I already said that. But because you're not on our shows very often, that's why I'm trying to think of all the questions I can. How often do you not post something because you don't think it's good enough?
It's pretty rare anymore. I would say 1 out of 50. maybe I'll start and not finish.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
not
the
very many because I pretty well know what people want now. And even though I put out patterns that, I track every day the percentage of people that download, the patterns. And so I have a pretty good understanding of at least in the rear view mirror of what people liked and what they didn't like. And sometimes the pattern is not that they're bad patterns. It's just that they're very specific. Like if I do a pattern for a dentist, there's only so many people out there that need that pattern.
Yeah.
But I can get away with doing that kind of pattern because I'm not selling the pattern. And
Yeah.
everybody knows that, they don't have any need for that pattern, but
But
maybe
next
the
day
one
they
tomorrow
might.
they will.
Exactly.
So what I do is just so much different than what you guys that are trying to sell patterns. You can't afford to post a pattern that won't sell because you're using up time that's money, and it's just different for me the way I do it.
Yeah.
So I can get away
Right.
with doing patterns that that are obviously not going to be super popular because nobody cares.
Well, the last thing I need to know is your account number and PIN number. Kidding.
Well, that's kind of what I got into, and I'm sure y'all saw the zebra and the tiger that I just released.
Yeah.
I have a lot of people asking me for those free patterns, which when you're doing custom patterns, you're going to sell it to one person and then you're done.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
where my money comes from in that.
Yeah.
And I don't really focus on, oh, I'm going to draw a pattern today and just give it away. There's usually a purpose and a person behind
Right.
the patterns that I'm designing. So it's like in between here, and I went and did the show in Dubuque in August. Well, shortly after I got back, I've hit my slow season as far as cutting.
Yeah.
And a guy from where's that? Moorhead, Kentucky, reached out to me, and you, Steve, after talking with it, you had done some patterns for him in the past, similar to your '57 Chevy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And J.R. Puckett is the name. So he reached out to me. He said, Steve's done some work for me, but he's so busy, he can't keep up with what I want.
Yeah. He
How
was wanting
busy do you
several
want to be?
patterns. I remember I did one, and then I just couldn't keep up with the rest of what he wanted.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's keeping me busy.
That's good.
I've been
So
burned out on scroll sawing itself. I mean, not the topic, but sitting at the saw. But I tend to stay with the patterns, even if I'm not selling them, just to
Right.
do them. But the scrolling itself, I've been known to get burned out on.
Well, I've done. I'm probably reaching up to at least 10 patterns for him now, and they're all car related.
That's
You-
awesome.
You just started a
And-
website, didn't you, Wes?
Well, I got on Pinterest for a while, and somebody decided they didn't like me there, and I got booted off,
Why?
which I have no clue.
Was it some kind of
But,
copyright deal?
No, because the only patterns I had up were I think I had 7 or 8 of my car patterns.
So Wesley Balko, the only man on earth that's been booted from Pinterest.
I'm right. Like somebody didn't like what I was doing
Like,
there.
what do you
Something.
gotta be doing?
I don't know.
I can't imagine getting booted off Pinterest. A lot of
But-
design thieves are on freaking
Yeah.
Pinterest.
Yeah.
There's another thing. There's another thing going on in Pinterest that's kind of a problem too. If like say you post your pictures of your work or whatever to Pinterest and you link back to your website, which is pretty typically what people do, other people are now stealing those images, and when you click on it, it goes to their website.
Yep.
I've got a bunch of those up there.
There's a bunch of those. Anytime I see something that's been done from a magazine or a book or somebody like you, I'll let them know about it.
Yeah, Lee's
Well,
got a few
they,
cars.
It's somewhere in between the whole Pinterest thing. It was up somewhere around a month and a half, and I think I lost $1.50 in the whole investment. But Stephen over at Bearwoods actually said, "Hey, send me some of those patterns. I'll put them up on my website." So
Well,
I've got a few up on bearwood.com now, and I think that was where Junior picked me up from after talking with them, and he got in contact with me. But
You made
Who
that
picked you
Viper
up?
the other day, right?
Yeah, that was one of mine.
Here, check this out. This is the one I had done a long time ago.
You were selling that on Lulu, weren't you, Lee, back years ago?
Oh yeah.
You mind?
Yeah.
A
Yes, sir.
lot of artists, drawing, painting, whatever, artists and scroll saw pattern designers, in a way, Pinterest is not the death of them. I just can't think of the right wording, but all kinds of people just freely posting stuff that doesn't
Right.
belong to them. But it is what it is. But I think
Actually,
we'll agree that the majority of people are good and honorable when it comes to purchasing. So there's that. But Steve doesn't have to worry about purchasing.
Well, there's always that 2%,
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter what topic you're discussing or selling or whatever it is. Somebody's gonna take the idea and try to make their own.
Hey, I got to tell you, I've been involved in that myself. I can remember back years ago, we used to spread patterns around. We didn't think anything about it.
Yeah.
It's just
US.
it's just the uneducated, not understanding what you're doing, And back in the early computer days, I can remember back in the, late 80s, early 90s, we used to swap software around all the time too, and not
Right.
thinking about, that it was hurting somebody. So,
Well, it's like
yeah.
this one that I cut this last night, and I don't remember which group it was in, but it was somewhere between the last 2 years. Somebody had passed that around one of the groups,
Yeah.
and I don't do a whole lot of. Oh, I'm going to say that and go back to it later,
God, I do.
unless I know it is a secure or safe to use
Yeah.
image.
Yeah.
And a lot of what I base my patterns on, if I am looking at a reference photo, I've gone through public domain websites to find those images that are 100% safe to use for whatever
Yeah.
you're going to. That way, I know for sure there's no copyright issues.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me and Lee have talked about on his show about or my show
Yeah, I
about
was just gonna say, Charles beat me to it. I was just gonna say, if any of you guys in that chat are interested in copyright-free images, go back to last season because we've had at least 2 previous shows, maybe 3, on copyright-free sites.
Yeah, there's now some of them you got to read the fine print, but there's Pexels, Pexels. There's Pixabay,
Yeah,
Pixabay,
Pixabay.
and they got some gorgeous photographs.
And I've got a new one, Charles.
Nice. And before you get there, while you're getting there, you said something earlier, Steve, where you said you had the most of something out of anybody, and that made me think I can probably pretty accurately and honestly say I have the most John Waynes of any designer out there.
Yeah.
I think I have. I don't know how many I got, so I shouldn't have brought it up, but I got them on.
Pilgrim.
They're all on revisions.com.
Howdy,
Well, it's like we're going back to this piece we did last night. 2 years I've been, I've got like a little zip drive that I save these images to, and on a rainy day I'll open that up and go through it and be like, what can we do this? And I can't remember who it was that passed that around in the group, or even which group it was at this point. But it's
All
like,
Village, probably.
well, no, it was one of the woodworking, and I think it was in one of Hector's groups, but I
Oh.
can't remember for sure. And I'm not gonna. Well, first of all, let me start that over and say I am. I did tell people as I was cutting that live last night. This was passed around one of the groups within the last 2 years. I don't remember who it was or where it came from, but honestly, I don't know if that was originally a copyrighted image, and they stole it from somebody and passed it
Here's
around.
the norm. This is not law. This is just the norm, because I've been involved in this a few times. Most of the time, if you violate somebody's trademark or copyright, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to get a cease and desist letter, and they're going to ask you to take it down and probably ask you to pay some damages. Most of the time, if you just say, look, I'm sorry, I didn't know, or, whatever, I'll take it down, then that's as far as it goes. You can run into the situation, like Jeff Savino ran into, where somebody just wants to get, upset and then it's not a matter of money, it's a matter of revenge.
Principle. Yeah.
And then you're in trouble. So
Well,
most of the time you're not going to get in trouble.
I don't want to dig too deep into Jeff's story, but I spoke to people that, long story short, and I'm sorry, Jeff, if you ever see this, he was using a lot of artists' drawings as source material.
Right.
And what made the insult to injury to at least one artist I talked to is that Jeff represented that it was from his head and that it was from a bond with his grandpa. Like there's an example of an old hand holding a baby hand. I talked to that artist, but he represented like what inspired this design was my bond with my granddad. In other words, I think it was a misrepresentation. Besides the fact that he borrowed the drawing, it was the fact that he put the story behind it, and that insulted the artist. And I think that artist got with a bunch of other artists that found that their stuff was being used, and that's what happened.
Yep.
Yeah. Lee, what was that last link you just had up?
That is the newer public domain images I found.
Okay, that's what I thought. I have used that one time or two.
Just so you understand, about 80% of the sites out there that have public domain images, you'll find that about 10% of them are not actually in the public domain. So you do still have to be careful.
And
because they are generally provided their images from people uploading them and claiming they're public domain when they're not. So you still have to be, you still have to pay attention. You have to use your best judgment and do the best you can.
A lot of the ones on here, if you search them, a lot of the ones on that are actually like military photos.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, the military has started enforcing their trademarks big time lately.
Well, not like the logos.
Yeah.
Like if you typed in like a lighthouse, you'll see it's from like the U.S. Coast Guard.
Oh yeah.
Well, one thing that might help some people that find a photo and they want to find out who took the photo, it doesn't always work, but there's something called a reverse image search. You can go to images.google.com, upload a photo, and it'll show you where it is on the internet. It's except for Facebook. It never finds anything on Facebook. And there's also tineye.com. Does a reverse. You upload the photograph, and it'll show you anywhere on the internet that it's been uploaded. And sometimes you can find a photographer there.
All right, I want to show you guys this. This CD right here is at PS Wood Machine, or just pswood.com. And that is my entire card collection on CD.
That's kind of how you got started, wasn't it, Lee? Weren't you originally doing almost all cars?
That's all I did.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I know Andy Dean.
$15 on CD.
I know Andy Dean was doing cars for a while. I'm still friends with him on Facebook, but I don't remember why you stopped doing it. But
he just got busy with life. Andy's a good guy.
Yeah,
and he's a good friend of mine.
Another guy that's an up and comer, if not already there, but he's also doing free patterns. Is I don't know how to pronounce his name. His name is Botas.
Botas.
And he's still around. Matter of fact, Botas just gave us a bunch of patterns for the magazine.
Yeah, and Mike Crawhorn has been designing for a while.
Yeah.
So there's a few names out there.
Botas is actually in Australia.
They're most active on Facebook, but I don't know if Botas has a website or not.
He has a Facebook group called.
How do you spell that?
Botas,
B-O-T-A-S, and then Helder, Helder.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
There's another one, Sam Custodio.
Yeah, Sam Custodio. He's good too.
Oh, this guy's really good.
Yeah.
Another guy is Robert Black.
I have never heard of Robert Black.
I'm not familiar with that name either.
If you ever see something called Black's Woodwork, BLAX.
Does this guy Helder? Does he sell his patterns, or is he?
No, he goes in
they're all free.
He what now?
They're
all
free.
Oh wow, these are awesome.
Yeah, he's really good.
Another guy that I believe you talked about somebody that was into lasers. I think his was CNCs. I could be wrong. Jason Henry. I believe he also has patterns on Bearwood.
Yeah, Jason. Oh, here's my GTO.
It only took us 4 hours and 40 minutes to get back on topic. By the way,
Hey, Charles, here's my GTO. That should
When-
look familiar to you.
Tracy Keaton was asking you to make a design out of it.
Yeah.
That's what inspired me to make one.
No.
Yeah. Yours looks just like mine.
Same source photo, probably.
And
Booger.
going back to that copyright deal, and I showed it earlier with
Goober.
Dance with Wolves. And going back, me and Charles kind of did that scroll off deal, and
That's sometimes
Did-
Charles and I do that with pattern.
did you ever cut that one, Charles?
I don't think I did. I generally don't cut. I don't know what inspires me to cut a specific project, so I don't even know why I brought it up.
Well, I had originally talked to you and even went into that scroll off thing or pattern off, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, better not.
was just to compare where I was as a designer to one of the world's best designers.
Quiet.
And I was very happy with the results.
I was
But
too.
at the same time, I was looking to have that piece finished to hang on my wall.
Yeah,
And when it was all said and done, I probably had 10 or 15 people asking me to sell them the pattern. And like, no, I can't, because that is the only copyrighted image that I have used, and I had no intentions of selling it. So
let me ask you, Wes and Lee, since Steve doesn't scroll as much besides the blog, how often do you buy another designer's patterns?
I used to a lot. It depends. It depends on what I'm cutting and what I get a request for.
Yeah, I've bought
I've
from.
I bought Sume, a lot of Sumes. I bought a lot of Sheilas.
Sheila Landry, Keith Benton.
I use a lot of Steve's.
I don't know whose this is, but I just ordered one from. I didn't know it would come in the mail. It was whatever. What are their names? Anyway,
I've done a few Kathy Weiss of her Intarsia.
Intarsia. I have never tried Intarsia. I just recently ordered this one. I'm looking forward to trying that in different sizes. Merry Christmas.
That looks maybe like Dirk.
It was in Winfield collection.
Could be Dirk's. He had a few in there, I think.
I don't even know if it says who.
Art
says-
Factory.
It says copyright scroller, so they're not giving credit to the designer.
That's not good.
Well, maybe they do. I just don't want to read all this.
I don't think
Yeah.
Scroller ever. I don't think they ever give the artist name, do they? I don't think I've
No,
ever
a
seen it.
lot of them will give initials. Like if you go into Wooden Teddy Bear or scroll online, you'll see CD would be Charles Deering pattern. And
okay.
luckily, people look out for me and they said, "Man, this place has some of your patterns." I gave them permission. You
Like
can
right
make
here.
you can make money off having stuff in catalogs too, and that helps. I mean, I make
See
a
how it says?
little bit.
See how it says LN?
Okay,
That stands for Lena.
that makes sense.
I have some in Wooden Teddy Bear and Scroller LTD, whatever they're called now. Scroller online and Wooden Teddy Bear online, or woodenteddybear.com. Yeah.
Well, the thing about your pattern, Charles, is most people are going to recognize your patterns. Although that's changing a little bit. More people are doing patterns similar to yours than they used to.
Yeah.
So,
These are all 4 my Intarsias. Truck. My 2 truck.
I like the
think-
flag truck. That's pretty cool.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn off. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the live feed on YouTube because there's only 3 people, and I think I'm one of them.
I think we're all 3 of them.
Yeah, yeah. If we got the live feed going, it's up watching. So
And anybody that's still watching at this point, I
really need some entertainment. And here we are to being on topic, beginning and end the show with staying on topic.
Hey, to be honest with you, I would show up if it never went live. You know,
I would too.
I would actually prefer it to be like this as opposed to being live.
Yeah, Lee.
Hey, you know what?
No,
I
offense
think
to
I actually-
watching, but Lee, you might as well turn it off live.
I think I actually had one of my patterns up on Steve's group page.
Yeah, one of your car patterns in the early days. Yeah,
Eagle.
Huh?
It was an eagle.
Let me look.
There's my eagle with the
we
flag.
or we did some of your car patterns too, but let me look here.
Oh, you did that. Well, you did that when I had my book. But I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
on your
right.
catalog, there's one that's by me. And it's my eagle with the flag.
Yeah, I'm looking at your book. It's on there. It's got a
'Cause you had,
oh, there's your eagle. Yeah, there it is.
you had
Lee
carpal
Needham
tunnel or
donated
something?
scroll saw pattern.
Yeah.
That was
You
in,
for some reason you couldn't make a pattern that day.
it
So
was
I
August
sent
13th,
it to you.
2010.
Yeah.
Which tells you that Steve has his records pretty organized because he found it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Well, most people don't know that you can search my blog.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I did. Huh. And then
Uh,
the other one, the one where we did your transportation cars and patterns, that was in 2009. That's
Oh, you know what
quite a
else
few
I
years
think's
ago.
on there? Is the O Bethlehem cross. Oh Holy Night.
and the
Say that
first
again?
time you ever mentioned me on your blog, I was like starstruck. It's holy cow, holy crap! Wow,
There's
Oh,
a
yeah,
cross.
here's your cross. That was in 2010 too.
Oh Bethlehem.
And then there's another one too. In August 15th, you did a little, looks like a hot rod.
That would be in with my car.
Yeah, but this was an extra pattern that you just donated to the blog. This is
Yeah, but
another
if it's
portrait pattern donated by Lee Needham.
I need
on
to
there.
I need to start donating again to your blog.
Wouldn't hurt my feelings none.
one day I don't have to come up with something. Now, Steve, that thing we talked about in Houston regarding a program that can count interior cuts is that something I just need to occasionally be a thorn in your side about asking?
I don't know that I've ever even looked at doing that. That would be an interest. I remember talking about it, but I don't
Yeah.
think I ever sat down and tried to do it.
Well, you said you wanted to call it Deering dots, but I think we got to think of something else like Deering
Oh, yeah.
detail. Deering detail counter.
The Deering dot.
I think I'd like that just for myself, honestly, because
The problem is with doing it. I'm trying to think because if the pattern was in vectors, I know I could do it. But if it
Have you
was-
guys ever heard of this guy? Sasha?
Yes, yes.
No, I don't know.
Janevsky. He does a lot of free stuff.
so you don't know if it would work without vectored.
Well,
pattern?
if it was a JPEG, it would have to be converted to a vector first, which is
Not-
a little bit bigger challenge.
Nine
You
times
could do
out of
it with
10,
JPEGs, but it would be a lot harder.
most of my patterns now are PNGs, if that helps any.
Yeah, now that don't help.
Damn it.
I don't know if you've ever seen this one, Steve.
No, I don't think I have. Is it a snowflake? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and then it says ho 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 ho.
Oh,
Who are you calling a hoe? Lee, not to tell you how to do things, but you might as well kill the live stream because we're the only ones in the chat.
Okay.
I'm sitting here blabbing like I don't have any work to do. I'm looking over here. I've got about 20 orders to fill tonight, plus 5 of my signature coin orders, and I haven't even done a pattern yet. So
I
4 or
could
5
always
o'clock
be-
in the morning.
I could always be doing something productive too, and I've got on this bear kick lately, but I was doing
All right.
elk and moose, Mises,
Mises.
Mooses.
and bears.
Okay. I'm gonna end it.
Good night, everybody.
Scroll on. So
All
we
right, everyone. This has been Scrollers Chat Season 2, Episode 2. I want to say thanks to Charles Daring for being on here tonight, Wes Balko, Steve Good, and everybody that was over in the chat over there. Brian Bradburn, Dave Hart, Jim Shears, Nancy Wiver, that'd be Chris Nealon,
Jeff Robinson.
Jeff Robinson, thank you, sir. I'm still scrolling up.
See, it's dangerous.
I'm trying to remember
everybody. I don't think anybody be offended that you didn't remember them.
Don't forget about Aaron.
But,
Oh, Aaron.
thank you for reminding me about Aaron. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, and Jamie Page. Duh. Jamie Page, thank you, sir, for being on tonight, too. There goes my brain.
Aaron.
All right,
that's
because he cut out early, so I forgot about him. Jamie, sorry about that. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching. We'll see you on the next episode.
of Scrollers Chat. Message me your number, Aaron.
Yes.
I want to meet the person that watches the full replay of this chat.
Yeah, damn right.
I will when I
All right.
lay down to
Good
go
night,
to sleep.
everybody. Bye, everybody. Good
Good
night.
night, everybody.
4 hours, 48 minutes, and 50 something seconds. That's 4 hours, 49 seconds.
48.
Is that a
49.
record, Lee? I hope so.
It might be.